God damn, I haven't even tweeted it yet. Loach. Jav. Mark Powell. Ding Dong Hong Kong. Good morning, Sam. Good morning. Mark. Yusuf. Paper Tiger. The Gorillionaires. Shit. On Hill. Addy. Anal Plug Records. Llama. Steve Santos. Jad, Evan, Steve. Genesis, Jordan, Nick, Joe, T, Liberator. How the fuck everybody doing? Yo, Grillioness, thank you, brother. Thank you. Say hi to Kenny's interns. Astro, I'm currently watching the stream from Friday. What the fuck are you doing? Is the June run playing out again just faster? Is that the consensus? Yes. Michael, what's going on, man? What's that? Wezel. Morning from Germany. God damn. A long way for my stupidity to go around. Michael, what's going on? Let me tweet this motherfucker out. Um. What's the stream tonight about? Gonna do some more DD. I'm in the middle of writing a script that basically does what Keith was talking about. Trying to see if we can convert it into its own thing. Basically like a reverse algorithm parser. Still in the middle of a few other things, other little ideas. Hey Astro, how's Keith tweeting at he doesn't know anything about computers? Doesn't necessarily mean that he doesn't know how to tweet. You know, he's bit of an aggressive turn right there. That could have ended really badly. Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, no, he knows how to tweet. I think the computer side of things, you know, he's obviously not a fucking programmer, but you know, he's doing everything by his phone basically. Turn me on with some Matt Core's TA. That's the fastest way to kill a boner. Yo, Derek, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the shit show, my friend. K5, my man. RSI cost. I want to... Nathan, I hope you're joking. That's not actually... I hope I'm being debated. Thank God. Okay. Okay. Debated. Good. Um, I want to figure out. Okay. Can you guys tell me how this sounds? I'm trying to fix the mic up so it sounds better. Um, I'll get to the trade spotting stuff in a bit. Trade spotting, aka Jamie, is somebody I've looked up to for a long time. A lot of my learning has come from him, and I was DMing with him a little bit earlier, trying to help kind of clear the air on things, because while I was passed the fuck out, some fucking idiots, whoever the fuck you are, fuck you, who he somehow got confused with this community, started being brashful, racist little cunts, and it put a really bad first impression, I guess, to Jamie, because we don't represent any of that here. In fact, we quickly nib that in the bud. We don't fucking play around. If you're gonna be a piece of shit, we will make it known that you don't fucking belong here. Plain and fucking simple. It was. I couldn't find the tweets, but whoever you are, if you're watching, get the fuck out of here. I've answered. What's your favorite Guns N' Roses song? If the person asking isn't completely like familiar with their catalog, my go-to is like probably Sweet Child, Night Train, or Rocket Queen, or Brownstone. Basically anything off Appetite. But if they're familiar, oh Jesus, Jeremy with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. If they are familiar, it's typically Coma or Locomotive. Rocket Queen, yeah. Used to Love is really good too. Despite Axl's obscene and very I don't commend Axl for this, but just to keep things as straightforward as I can, One in a Million I think is a great song. Lyrically, there's some fucked up parts, which Axl has, in retrospect, apologized for. But song-wise, like composition, I love the chord progression, and I love Slash's solo because it lets his playing shine coming from an acoustic with, I would imagine it's just compression, if that, put into the mix. Um, but yeah, all very. Locomotive is a great number. Coma's a great number, and those capture the most emotion for me. Um, but Rocket Queen or Night Train for sure. LA Guns kicks ass. Definitely underrated. Hot, hot, hot. Okay, I'm gonna mess with some things. Tell me how it sounds. I'm gonna turn this up, and then I'm gonna turn this on. So now it should sound a little bit more. I don't know. I have no clue. So now it should sound a little bit more. I don't know. I need to add a noise gate too. Okay, how's that? Wait. What the? Okay. That should have removed the background noise. No, it did not. Fuck. Okay. That should have removed the background noise, I think. Yeah, it's the AC. Okay, what about this? I'm gonna try to add a little bit more lows to it. It sounds like there's nothing happening to it. What about that? Yeah, it's like nothing is fucking changing. I am very confused. What about now? Figured it out. Okay, I'm gonna remove the stereo. Yeah, no auto tune or any of that. Sorry, I just raped everybody's ears. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fuck my life. Lol, that ear rape is nothing compared to the gospel hallelujah. This is true. Actually, I'm going to change it. Okay. Let me see. What the fuck? What about now? Does that fix it? Fuck. Maybe. I'm so fucking sorry. Why is it doing that? This is fucking dog shit. I'm gonna turn this down just preemptively. What about now? No. Now. No. I don't. Maybe. Is that better? Does that fix it? Alright, I'm gonna turn this stupid shit back up. Hold on. Okay. Oh no, technical difficulties. Dana, what's going on, man? Dana, do you want to jump on a Discord call? Do a Beavis and Butthead impression. That'd be cool. No, I don't want to bring Matt Kors on the stream. I'm gonna try one more adjustment here. Oh wait, no, I was turning it. I think turning this down made it better. Faster release on the noise gate? Okay. I'm gonna turn this back. Tell me if this sounds any better. Possibly, maybe, perhaps. What about meow? Sounds like it's capturing like the background. Let me turn the stereo off. About this? Maybe. I can't tell. Is that noise gate still on? I'm gonna move it over here. I like the low end. I like the low end a lot, but compression is making quiet things loud. What about this? So the audibility is just a compressor. Maybe now? Yeah, I need to move the mic. I think that's the problem. And the AC is just fucking loud too. Oh, I can do this. Wait. Okay. Better? I'll try that. I just switched the mode. I'm gonna turn up the gain on the mic just a hair. Possibly, maybe. Wait. How's that? No, I'm gonna turn the gain down on the mic and then turn this up. Okay, now tune all of your guitars. About this. Audibility is too much. What about meow? What about meow? It's almost right. You need some gain on the mic. What about this? Nope. How about now? Good morning, Fractal Nation. What's going on? How come I'm live right now? Because I got a ton of sleep and don't want to go back to sleep. So I figured I'd get some shit done. I'll be up for the next however many hours. Or today, and into tomorrow night. Which means that, let's see, tomorrow's Sunday, Monday. Yeah, so then I would, wait, pass out tomorrow night, which is Saturday, right? No, today's Sunday. Right. Pass out tonight, present the Monday. My sleep schedule is so fucked. What the fuck? If I pass out tonight, being Sunday, I would sleep. Change the mode. Yeah, it's a Yeti. What about this? Yay, nay, possibly, maybe. Put us in the. If I pass out tonight, if I pass out Sunday morning at like 3 in the. Fuck me. Put us into Monday. Okay, yeah, so my sleep schedule would line up so that I wake up super early for Tuesday. Mark, I live in South Florida, originally from Ohio, though. I didn't fucking do anything. What the fuck? I'm very confused. I think I maybe might have unplugged it. I loved Ohio, but I have really bad seasonal depression. So, thank God. My B. Dana, join the what do you call it? Join into one of the random channels, and then I'll drag you into where I'm at. Oh shit. It says you're muted, by the way. Anthony Seabreeze. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Dana, you're muted. Hello from Scotland. God damn. Yo. Hello. There you go. What the fuck? Let me make you an admin. Stupid fucking goddamn fly. Oh, I'm gonna go live. Long, what? Words. I'm gonna go long on those. Jesus, fuck me. Yeah, dude, it's fire. And I always put them in the microwave for like twice as long as what they say, so the noodles get extra fluffy. So good. What the fuck? Oh my god, dude. Hold on. Is it YouTube safe? Fuck. Only one way to find out. Chat, this is, yeah. I don't know what to say. I love it. I fucking love it. I don't even know what the fuck to say to it. How did that... Where did the idea come from? I don't know either, but I love it. It may... Dude, when this shit moons, I'm getting this tattooed on my ass. Oh my god. I would do anything. $60 by next week or Matt gets this tatted on his ass. I never either. And I'd been watching him for a long time. I have no fucking clue. I gotta finish this, hold on. Goddamn right. And I'm fucking starving. Oh, chat, by the way, this is Dana, aka at Dana James Jones on Twitter and YouTube. This motherfucker has done so much to help the channel. He does all of the video editing, as far as like highlights and whatnot go. Clips. He's the guy who actually came up with the original Astro news bit. He took the time to edit it and put together the newsiness to it, and I love him. He's been a huge help. What? Oh. I'm a dumbass. There you go, talk.
Yeah. Testicle.
Yeah, you're good. Yeah, no, I forgot I had muted my desktop audio. I'd muted it to the stream so I could listen back to my voice.
Oh. And I don't know what you'd use it for, but I updated the Astro approved emblem.
Oh, I'm gonna figure something out. I'm definitely gonna figure something out. I am gonna add it to the stream too, just as a piece. Oh shit!
That was a Romney bird. You know, some guy said if I make the duck drawing that he'll make it like rotate.
Oh,
do you remember that? I don't know who it was.
Was that Vis? I think it might have been Vis. I think it was Vis. Oh, where the fuck did I save that to?
It was near the start of the last one.
Oh yeah, for like any of the fucking screenshots I tweet and whatnot. I'll turn it into an NFT.
Fox Eternus said that was me.
Who?
Vox?
Oh yeah, Vox. Yep.
Vox, how do I send you the file? It's a PNG right now.
Oh my god.
You like the flesh colored one?
I think the Simpsons color is what would give it the pass from YouTube.
Yeah.
Jays, you're totally right, dude. In the meantime, it just comes down to him at least addressing the situation. Because if he really doesn't want the drama, then fucking address it. And there have been a lot of accusations that I'm finding that have gone even further back than what I am asking about with other forms of DD that pertain to him. And I'm hearing from a lot of the inside side of content creation that he's been blocking people. Anybody that supports me, even like without trolling or doing any of the like goofy shit, just people who genuinely are trying to help the situation. Anybody that supports me or him, if they say anything of positivity about me, get blocked. So you tell me if you want the role that he's in to be played by a character such as himself.
What about Dave?
Well, I need ideas, but I want to organize I need to organize the hearing.
Said anything, has he?
No, he reached out to me earlier in the week and apologized and said that he had been on vacation, and that's why he hadn't. That's why he hadn't done anything about it. LOL, Astro is 16. Dude, go back to the playground. I don't know where the fuck you got that joke from, but it sucks dick.
I'm gonna update the thumbnail for you.
Thank you, baby. And I also want to figure out how to incentivize. I think I've already got it figured out. It's just about getting it into action, which is stream clips. It makes Dana's life a lot easier if clips are already segmented. So if you, the viewer, find something funny or educational or just anything you think should be thrown into a mashup at the end of the week, the idea has been to take your Twitter handle or your username and throw it into somewhere on the highlights video so that you get credit for it. And just try to, just try to
and you can put the link in the Discord. We have a channel for it.
Yeah. So that's kind of that's one of the things that we're trying to push forward, I guess. So how do we hack into these OTC markets to stack up on some Sears? Thanks for putting us on a watch list, buddy. Appreciate it. After Squeeze, we bring back Toys R Us and turn it into a sex toy store. I respect the ambition. No, I'm just fucking with you, Frank. I'm just fucking with you. Okay.
Fox reached out to me.
What the fuck? What else?
All right, uploading thumbnail. Been talking to Keith at all?
Not since the stream. No, well, off and on since the stream, but not much more than that. Just because of.
You gonna get his Bloomberg terminal?
Trying to figure that one out too, because that's also like I've wanted that for a while.
I've heard that I've heard of the Bloomberg terminal, but I have no idea what it means. Is it a program? Is it a machine?
Yeah. So it's a Bloomberg terminal, from what I understand, just has data that's sourced directly from first parties, and it has things like institutional ownership levels. It has statistics that are put behind this $25,000 premium, basically. That normally, if you were to go after those statistics and try to find them, there would be either a time delay or a smaller paywall than $25K. Oh, Keith's in here. Yo, give me like 20 minutes ish. I gotta knock out some stuff real quick. It's great to see you here, though, man. But it's basically just a fancy fucking portal thing that has institutional data.
And who is making this money? Bloomberg? Like the amount of money it costs for the program?
Yeah, it's more. They're like, it only costs that much because that's what they decided for it to be.
Right.
everybody that sells their data to them also falls in line with it. So it's just a giant self-fulfilling prophecy of super expensive institutional data. I also wanted to. I think I want to make a subreddit to try and mend the gaps between subs like Super Stonk, AMC Stock, and Wall Street Bets, and just try to remove the tension and the divide that has been created. I know it's just one more fucking sub to add to your list, but I really want it to be somewhere that focuses on data and draws the line between speculation, true DD, and theories, and try to be the nth iteration of this saga, so to speak.
Absolutely. It'll help collect all, because there's a lot of information on the Discord, different channels. But I think Reddit, just the format would simplify it.
Yeah. Yeah. And Keith, by the way, you didn't. I know I already tweeted it, but I want to, out of respect, make sure you hear it from me. You didn't take over the stream, dude. Like you brought so much knowledge to the table, and the findings to come from this, I think, are invaluable. And I loved listening to you speak. Everybody else loved listening to you speak. My viewer count doubled within an hour of you being on. So it's very clear that your knowledge is sought after in all of this. Okay.
Wasn't too much on Reddit. They were talking about Keith though.
Yeah. Like I said, there's a lot that that Keith has brought to the table, and that's especially nowadays. Like, there's just the value of true due diligence and the value of true DD and the wisdom to know that it's okay to be wrong and to take it to the chin and handle a misinterpretation or a misunderstanding or a mispublication like men. And like, it's okay to make a point of it, right? But it has become so incessantly childish where people are trying to find these innocuous errors in somebody's work to then be like, oh, you're wrong, and it turns into this fucking pissing contest of, you know, why somebody is right versus why somebody's wrong, and it's all faceted upon something that is truly innocuous that just deters from the furtherment of it. Like, if I'm off by a day, if I'm wrong on the day, like, there's a lot of people who are the first to be fucking tweeting me saying, oh, you're wrong, and it turns into the fucking just a very childish pissing contest, and it takes away from not only, and I'm not even trying to just make this about me, if someone else was trying to predict something and they get it wrong, now you have a bunch of people who are trying to jerk each other off over, oh, he was wrong by a day, and they totally negate the times that he was right. And so now people who are just now hearing about somebody instantly assume that, oh, they're wrong here, so they must be wrong everywhere, as if that's like a retroactive effect to the rest of their work, which is totally not true. And it's just sad because instead of people respecting something being wrong, and respecting the author of whatever proposition it was being wrong, there's just this fixation on them as like a character and not the work.
It's dehumanizing almost.
Yeah, yeah, and like I tweeted a prediction for the rest of the day at like 1:30 in the afternoon, and it played it nearly to a T. And then with Keith's work alongside that, like I got Reddit posts about me showing that the day played out exactly as I had illustrated it to be. And on the thread, I'm like, I really appreciate this and thank you. And, I'm still human, like I fuck shit up. All that I ask though is that even when I'm right, I still ask that you consider me human, that I still make mistakes, and to appreciate whatever it was I got right. But when I'm wrong, also do the same thing, because I'm wrong a lot, and I'm okay with that. And all I ask is that the same mentality of, holy shit, he was right, that same headspace gets used for when I'm wrong, of, oh, holy shit, he was wrong. I'm not asking for anything more or less than that. On the erroneous side of things, I hope that there's some consideration for, okay, you can only be wrong if you try, and you can only be right if you try. It's just very frustrating. I'm beating a dead horse here, but I wish people were more adult-like during times of mistake, because when you're not, it creates a very, 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 very bad first impression to speculators or to the rest of the community. But more importantly, it's people who have ideas that could be, revolutionizing for this thing that we're all in. They're going to be afraid to try and even propose it, because now it's like, oh, if you're wrong, you're gonna get held to this fucking, you're gonna get put onto a fucking cross for it. It's like, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure you noticed it was a slow spreading of fighting against FUD, right?
Yeah.
And almost anything became FUD at a certain point.
Yeah.
So when a prediction is wrong, it's FUD.
Right.
But it's just a prediction.
Exactly. Someone was like,
as in as in it hasn't happened yet, as it could be wrong.
And diction meaning to put into
to
words.
Say.
Yeah. It's a preemptive dictation. It somebody was like, you might have, Dana, you might even have been here when it happened, but somebody fucking left like a YouTube comment or tweeted me saying, hey, I love your attitude and predictions, but can you just take away the dates, because I think that it's really, bad for the community, and I like just, what is a prediction? What the fuck is a prediction? It involves a particular time frame of an event that you think is going to happen. If I remove the time frame from, hey, I think it's going to hit this certain price region, then now it just becomes an arbitrary fucking, oh, I said it was going to hit this, but I didn't say the date, and now you're going to have a bunch of people who start to fuck.
You're only left with the option of saying it'll happen in the future.
Right. So now you have this super open-ended, a super open-ended result that now anybody can fucking tack onto. AMC will eventually hit zero at some point, and I think it's gonna happen around the time that the Milky Way collides with Andromeda, but I'm gonna say that it's gonna hit zero at one point because it's true technically, right? Right?
Pretty much.
So, anyhow, enough with my fucking rambling.
Okay, there's a bunch of ideas that I have that I need to just write down. I made a channel in the Discord for um, video ideas. Anything you want to hear me talk about, you can put in there. I'll go through that list, and whenever I do make a video of somebody's suggestion, I'll throw you up into the video. Fucking what else?
I got clips with credit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Do you have any more backgrounds ideas?
Oh yeah.
I saw you had a courtroom set.
Oh yeah.
That was funny.
Fuck knuckle. Um.
Trying for the you can't handle the truth.
There was also the newsroom, which I need to. Fuck.
Need a different newsroom?
No. I'm just trying to dig through all the fucking things that have been come up with. There's just so much. It's a good thing, but there's so much.
Yeah, no, the DD uncovering rate has gone exponential.
Right. And then I need to get a second green screen once this stupid fucking check from YouTube comes in. Yeah, this is fucking frustrating. Like my entire financial situation is backlogged until this check from YouTube hits. And
Right.
from what I'm reading, it's not until between like the 10th and the 14th, which puts me on another week of cup noodles and fucking God knows what else.
I hope it's that fast, yeah.
Yeah, right. Because when you super chat, it just gets thrown into the YouTube check. When you donate with the Streamlabs link, it hits my account instantly through PayPal. So I almost want to turn off super chats so that people use Streamlabs.
Right.
And I wish that I wasn't even talking about this, but now that I'm full time with YouTube, I have to bear credence to that.
I think you have most of your viewers on YouTube, not Twitter. I mean, Twitch, right?
Right.
I mean, don't turn them off, but
Right.
it's
It's just fucking
a
frustrating.
conundrum.
It's fucking frustrating. Because I think all of this hits from that check.
You can see by the date,
Oh yeah.
but it should. Because there's $100 minimum. Like you have to make at least $100 before it sends.
Right. Let's see, it would have been August. Okay, just over 6K. I think I can make that work. Yeah. Yeah. I need to figure out if there's a way to expedite that kind of shit.
Possible. Were you writing a code to like map out Keith's algorithm within the pattern?
Yeah. Basically, I'm just trying to take the order book first and record to a database of whatever the level 2 is, so that we can at least get like a foundation for everybody else who's trying to do the same. And then after that would be trying to plug in his findings.
Do you know Boss Blunts on Twitter?
Yeah.
Okay. He's been doing his whole like other side of DD, like just on the government and more political stuff. But it's going down.
Yeah,
It's
he does. What's that?
really bad. Just our situation in our country, it's really bad,
Yeah, yeah,
and it's not a joke.
yeah. It's the crumbling. The longer
Crumbling
they
of
take
the
to admit
bank
it.
empire.
Do what?
The bank empire.
I haven't seen that. No.
No, I mean like, that's the current empire, right? The banks.
Oh yeah.
They own
It's
everything.
it's actually yeah, yeah, because the banks have all the cash, they have all the collateral, and the collateral being treasury notes, and the government can no longer inject cash, and they can't write any more treasury notes because it will just increase inflation even more. And well, the former of that will increase inflation even more. The latter of that will increase the problem of, a bond is just a reverse credit card, right? Where
Hmm.
you are issuing somebody this IOU that says, I will pay you this amount of interest every interval of some sort, as well as this lump sum. If the government writes any more bonds, they don't have the cash to supplement that interest payment, quote unquote. And on
Right.
top of that, you're also reducing the value of cash that we have now. So who has these notes? Well, it's fucking banks, it's hedge funds, it's
Right.
institutions as a whole, and they need to get them back. Otherwise, inflation will create a problem with more consequence than that of what the government looks to profit from. The profit of a crash to government will no longer be worth anything because of what is impending if they don't somehow secure these notes, to get a stranglehold on the financial time bomb that they need to defuse.
And is the annual inflation rate correlated to all this?
It's a great question.
As in 2008, the buildup,
Oh yeah,
which is very similar to now.
yeah. The inflation index, I think, is what it's called.
Yeah.
I think we just passed the levels of '08. And typically what that means is that there's a concentration of cash in a particular region of the entire economic system. And whenever you have those types of concentrations, it's not good, because that means that one particular region will flourish, but everything that is around it will start to deteriorate, because now they're below a certain threshold of which keeps them moving. It's like if only one piston in an engine is getting engine oil, while the rest are just churning shit. That one piston might run great and I know this isn't exactly how an engine works, but that one piston would be performing above expected, but the rest are starting to grind, and it's gonna make the thing just fucking pop.
Yeah.
So, Astro's hair. Inflation is getting crazy, bro.
Goddamn webcams chat ducks.
Hot girls and boys video chat. Did you hear that one, Matt Course?
At least post something interesting. I've rewatched the Big Short so many times now. And I keep getting more and more out of it.
Oh, it's great.
You talk to Bigums?
Oh, fuck. I need to re-add him to the server. Hold on.
You see me talking in your chat.
Do what? Hey.
So Astro, man.
Oh, fuck. Wired. What's going on, brother?
Wired?
Yeah, it's wired.
What's going on?
Hi.
man?
So, we're gonna have to do it. We're gonna have to do a video sometime. I'm gonna have to show you something about point of control and supply and demand.
Huh.
It's pretty freaking tit jacking shit.
Can you give me like a general rundown? I am on stream, by the way.
Yeah, I see you on stream. So more or less, it's you can get a sense of direction of where the price is gonna flow by this point of control, which calculates the supply and demand based off a specific time. So you can set it from like the history of the stock, or a year out, a week out, minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, and it just shows you the previous supply and demand sections and how much it is. And more or less, this point of control always navigates toward the larger areas of historical demand, kind of like a magnet. It's amazing how it works.
Right.
And it's basically how this cycle theory that you're talking about works as well. So we go into from we came from a bearish phase and now we're in our bullish phase, and we just kind of ladder up. And that ladder up, the movement on that ladder up historically is dependent on supply and demand, the current supply and the demand, and the historical supply and demand. So based off of the historical supply and demand, the current supply and demand, and that point of control moves to it, kind of like a magnet. It's amazing how it just like sucks right to it, right?
Right.
Once you get out of the the I'm trying to think of the proper term for it, but it's the area. Basically, there's a zone, like a specific zone where you kind of sit between. But once you break out of it, either above or below, things start to question if you're going to jump into previous, like points of controls. So
Right.
it kind of goes off of that cycle in that basically your cycles are on a further time frame,
Mm-hmm.
and then you can narrow it down. You can narrow it
Right.
down even down to the minute.
Right. Did you ever see the
It's
video
just,
that I did about how failure to delivers are concentrated in low volume days?
no, I didn't. To be honest with you, a lot of your videos are really long, so I don't know
Oh
which ones
yeah.
are the short ones. So it's like,
Right. That's no.
like
You're good. You're good. I did a video of where I went through and just started looking for certain relationships of the data and visualized all of it. And the failure to delivers occur during low volume days.
I'm just trying to think of why it would happen on a
Well,
low
low
volume day.
volume would mean low supply. You know what I mean?
Not necessarily. Low volume can be low demand as well, where people just don't want to buy it, so the volume isn't, transactions aren't
True,
aren't taking place.
but if you look
But
at how
here,
linear it is, look at how linear it is. Look at how the volume is a linear pattern down, where it looks like it looks like the volume just depletes, and then massive influx, deplete. Look over the past year.
yeah,
It's
that's what
weird.
happens. No, I mean that's kind of what happens, even down to like the minute or the hour, is so you move into like a point of control, and there's a lot of volume going in, and it just kind of it starts to taper off, right? It's finding a comfort zone, and once it finds a comfort zone, then you get a large value, like a large push in a new direction to test an upper or a lower level. It all it is just finding a comfort spot.
Yeah. Um, let me see if I can find this file real quick. Here's a sneak peek of the next video.
I'm watching your stream, so you don't have to do it in Discord or anything.
Oh yeah, no. Yeah, thank you. Swear to God. Never mind. Not even gonna acknowledge the potential for it. Let me make sure this is the right one.
Here, I'll put a screenshot of what it looks like with that point of control. I'll show you what one of my charts look like. I'll throw it in your AMC chat. So I'm uploading a chart for Zella.
Okay.
Zella's a squeeze play stock. I just threw it up in the chat.
Gotcha. Okay, so the top chart is all the way from the end of June
That
to
one's
present. What's that?
no, this is a 1 year, 1 day. The top is a 1 year, 1 day. Bottom left is a 15-minute, 10 day, I think.
Oh, I gotcha.
Middle is a 5 minute, 10 day, and then you got a 1 minute, 1 day. I think that one is. I could be wrong.
Hold on,
at
I'm
it.
going to
But
the- Oh, I see. Oh, my bad. You're talking about your chart.
Yes.
I just found the video for mine.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna unpack that after this because that's a lot. That's very interesting. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, give me a second because I want to see what AMC looks like.
I'll take your time.
Okay. So, and I meant with what you're showing here. I want to see what that looks like with AMC. Okay, chat. This top chart is from the end of June to present, and then the bottom chart is from. This is mid-March to the left, but it's going to replay the end of April all the way to the run in May and early June. All right.
Is that a replay function that you have on your charts?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Thinkorswim has that. I haven't tested it out yet. Seems interesting.
So that would put us right here if we're using the same reference point. I need to re-record it just because it's not showing exactly what I was going for. But this spot right here would be this spot right here, and this spot right here would be this spot right here. And this is factoring in, or isn't factoring in, the acceleration idea. But it looks like it's just replaying what's up here. When you fill in the gaps visually, you can see how it's just playing itself out. That would put this giant top right here as this right here, but compressed or expanded. This is an expansion of this right here.
Oh, I agree. They definitely go on normal cycles. Um, not parabolic cycles. Let me just put it that way. That there is cycles, but not the parabolic moves come from outside sources. So like the June one, we were going through the cycle, we had large volume, and then we had that mishap with the OT,
We'll
with the
get
dark
this
fiber and
algo
OTC,
cracked,
which
even if
just
it takes 1,000
amplified,
years.
the normal run up that we would have had
Right.
drastically.
Right.
Because we had gamma squeezing, we had FOMO. I mean, we were starting to FOMO already before that. Like the day before, we were doing our normal large run up, and then as soon
Yeah.
as June 2nd hit, I mean, it was just bulls out of the gate.
Yeah.
Um,
And what's that?
oh, and to be honest with you, a lot of these secondary runs that we see, these little 10% runs, we should be running up, you know, 30-40% with the amount of volume that we're getting, but with everything being suppressed, we never hit those levels.
Yeah. That's what I think. I still have to do this because it's very important that I do it, because I have to explain everything as concisely as I can as to what I think is really going on, and everybody's got their own theory to it. Mine revolves around the fact that I think that all of the trading that we see is strictly, it's ATSs. It's not strictly ATS. I think dark pools are being used as magnets against retail orders. Those dark pools then internalize retail. If anything escapes that magnet, then it would reflect to the price chart. But with dark pools absorbing a lot of order flow, which I believe is short sales being submitted through dark pools to capture anything retail on top of payment for order flow in itself. The concept of the dark pool is that even if somebody isn't participating in payment for order flow, whoever is submitting the buy side of an order at the exchanges to a sell side could create an intermarket order where they match the buyer from a lit exchange to the seller on a dark exchange. It's then which that buying pressure becomes absorbed because it's being fulfilled with the short sale. The absorption of that later comes out in forms of what we see in late May into early June and mid-March. All of it is being used to try and prevent organic trader sentiment, because we all know what is inevitably going to happen, and to prevent that is the number one uh, thing at play here. Otherwise, things start to topple, which is what we're seeing. Dark pools are simply these high-powered magnets as the sell side to the buy side, and that allows for it removes the interference, which unfortunately to those who are creating all this fuckery, interference to them is anything that is of organic sentiment. So if they can remove that noise and then let the rest of institutional algorithms and any of their own tactics dominate the charts, then that's where they're able to kick the can. If they can absorb all of that buying pressure through short sales from dark pools, then anything can be matched from the buy side to a short sale in the dark pool, because you have a tighter spread there. There is a cyclicality to it, and that is why you see so much cyclicality happening on the charts. It just looks like a giant delta neutral expansion of itself, reiterating over and over and over, and it's just fucking scary, man. And I'm every day trying to figure out more and more, but I think that's what's going on, and eventually it will be realized. Whether I'm right or wrong, I lean towards the former of that, but in the meantime, I'm just finding more and more things that prove it. So I don't know. It's just fucking. This is not normal, especially if you are able to create a container around what would be the last of the supply that is real, which would be where you find your swaps coming into play. Then of course you can then suffocate the movements by creating a bunch of derivative instruments out of it, and then writing short sales against those derivative instruments because you're an authorized participant. It looks too robotic. And even the head of the NYSE, the president of the New York Stock Exchange, has gone on record from the fucking Washington Post saying that the charts do not reflect what the market sentiment is. There's a reason why dark pools
absolutely.
are such. Yeah, sorry, I'll get off my fucking high horse here, but
No, I totally agree. It's so, on certain stocks, it's so suppressed. The algorithms just stand out, is the best way to put it. Like,
yeah.
normally you'd see more price action, more natural action from retail, from industry, and everything else. These algorithms, these cycles are a lot more hidden, if that makes sense.
Say that one more time. What was the end?
So, like, these normal cycles with normal price action would typically be hidden. You wouldn't really be able to see the cycles as much
Oh yeah,
as you can on, like, these meme stocks like AMC and GME, is
yeah.
because they're just prevented from moving, so they just follow the natural cycle that dictates it.
Right, right, right.
I threw one of my charts up in your Discord chat, just kind of showing what it looks like with the volume profile.
Oh yeah, yep. It's also called a market profile, which is what I know it by.
So
Yeah.
with this 1 hour 10-day, if we move to the upside, we're moving.
Yeah.
We're ripping up.
Even with the Euler stochastic at the bottom, yeah, you can. Yep. Huh.
So I think next week is going to be pretty good for AMC. Now, granted, with this and with cycle theory and everything, there's always a chance of manipulation. Last week is a fine example of it. Like, last week, in a natural cycle, with the amount of volume we were getting and the sentiment, we should have moved in the upside.
Mhm.
in that cycle, we would have moved in the upside and then trickled down and find a comfort zone. But they knew there was a lot of people pumped about last week because it was promoted heavily. The sentiment in social media was, hey, it's gonna moon. It's gonna well, it's not necessarily a moon, but it's gonna move up very good.
Yeah.
And they took it in the other direction and then moved. They took a violent move down and then trickled up, which could like I made a post on Twitter, showing I calculated just a rough estimate for the week on the options chain what the max pain theory like what areas would be most attractive to them, and you could call it out just based on the graph.
Yeah, yeah. And normally that's what you see happen is, when the stock's going to be on its way up, you're going to have media attention promote it, but beforehand, because when it starts to drop, everybody starts to FOMO or reverse. Everybody's starting to have this, oh, it was supposed to go up though. This is terrible. I'm going to cut my losses here. And then they sell, and they're really just selling to the fucking guys at the top who were paying for those stories to be written. So now the guys at the top are getting a discount going in. As you're selling, someone is buying. And if that certain someone knows it's going to go up, then they'll happily buy it at whatever price. And that's normally where you see that type of thing happen.
If you haven't watched Bigum's recent video, I definitely highly recommend you do it. He covered a topic I was actually going to cover, and he's like, "Hey, I made a video," and I was like, "Oh, damn, you got it." But it's really key. It's about the
I'm
cat
listening,
system.
by the way. I
Like,
gotta go piss. I can hear you though.
so yeah, it's about the cat system, and I think people should get really jacked about it because it's the ultimate reporting machine. They upgraded the database system. They upgraded the system in its entirety and how it's being reported. There's an asset. There's a tag on everything and every transaction and everywhere it goes. It's basically going to make it. It should make it impossible to hide failure to delivers and short interest. And I believe, and also Bigums believes, that this is why we're seeing more of a natural uh, reporting on short interest and failure to delivers. Like we're seeing short interest increasing the way it should. We're seeing failure to delivers to skyrocket. Now, granted, this is new that we're seeing it. So I wouldn't get your hopes up too much until we can see more. Because remember, if it gets on the short list or whatever the failure to
Legacy
deliver
show.
list, that whatever it's called, yeah, the red
Legacy.
show.
Yeah.
Yep. So if it gets on the reg show and it doesn't get off the reg show, then I have strong confidence that the cat system is doing the job that it should be doing.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then we fucking moon. I'm
Right.
sorry.
No,
I
you're
swear.
good, brother. You're good. Oh, do you wanna plug your YouTube and whatnot, your Twitter?
Oh yeah, it's Wired Ape, man. It's the
You can
account
spam it
I'm
in the
currently
chat.
signed in chat. Yeah, I'll say something in chat.
Go check out Wired. He's such a smart fucking guy. He.
I cover
He's,
like structure, how the market works, I'm all about manipulation. I do cybersecurity, so ethical hacking.
Yeah,
I
right.
come from programming, database, all that. But
Yeah,
I actually turned out a really good job, man. Just to do DD on this, like, dude, I'm 100% into this.
Oh yeah, yeah. You've done a great service for the community, and I think that with your background and coming from someone as well who I would put my money on you versus me in some form of ethical hacking competition, but I have some background in cybersecurity and can attest to how much that mindset and that learning all of that kind of stuff can help someone spot manipulation in markets, just because when you start to, if you know that if there's a certain port exposed on a network like 445, then you can throw in a fucking SMB attack to that if it's a XP machine. And then if you start noticing, a decade later that you're seeing the same behavior on a newer distribution of an OS, it's like, wait, I think that kind of makes sense. And then you start factoring in other giant pieces that could fit the same puzzle where, if it was a remote code execution that was taking place on 445 and you're seeing the same thing happen, a decade later, you start to figure out how everything in the market translates to some type of, and I'm using this in the general sense, not computer talk. It's all just binary operations taking place, and for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. You start to factor in, slightly more abstract concepts, and that can help really you identify what is going on. And it's a beautiful fucking thing. And to have the mind like Wired's is very rare. So
I like
please
to
go check it out.
I like to say it's it gives you a way of looking. You think like the enemy more or less.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it's
That's what your job
it's
is,
the-
That's
yeah, I know it's the
you're trying
ability to
Yeah, yeah. You're trying to you have to think like someone who's trying to attack a system, and that's if you look at people like what was his name? Ghost in the Wires. Who was that? Who was the author of that?
Oh, not sure.
Ghost in the Wires.
But it's not even necessarily even thinking if you think about it, because you're actually paid to actually hack and break into. It's not thinking, you're doing. So
Kevin Mitnick. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kevin. Yep, Kevin.
Yeah. You start to like you're saying, yeah, it's really not you're doing the opposite of thinking. You're totally reshaping your headspace. And
What
you can what's that?
One of my really, really good friends, like he's friends with Kevin. So
Oh, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
That's badass. That's badass. I think I just realized something.
So Bigum's last video that I was telling you about with the cat system, he's got he put it out 10 hours ago, I think, and he's got like over 7,000 views. So that's
awesome.
really good. It's a good video. It definitely is. You're dominating the streaming platform though, dude.
It's been a hell of a time. It's been crazy, yeah. Yeah.
I love your scenes. That like every once in a while, like I'll pop into your stream just to watch you for a little bit. Most of the time I'm in Bloomberg, to be honest with you, but
yeah,
like, your
it's
scenes are amazing.
It's quite the fucking quite the spectacle, to say the least.
I'm gonna have to make you a scene. Now that I see him
please.
and everything, dude, I'm gonna have to make you a scene.
Please.
Please send it to me.
I will do.
It's
who is that speaking?
That's David.
Oh,
Is that David?
hi.
Okay.
He's my
it's
video
David.
editor. Yeah.
Hey, what's up, David? No, there's a guy named Keith that was in a space call earlier too. He was a pretty big fan of you. He was definitely promoting you. He was a really good guy.
Yeah, he was on the stream. Yeah, he was he's been in the chat for a while, and he jumped into Discord finally, and he was able to demonstrate his brilliance and his findings.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
I was bashing your work.
Have you heard of Jay Ingram?
He's
been talking about
like
the numbers
your work
3
is really good.
/
The thing
9.
is like I
Any
worry
idea
people
what
try
that
to
can
take
mean?
because your work is not like saying it's gonna happen on this day specifically, and I worry people like view it that way. Like he's gonna give us like the perfect day. No, it's more of like a general like, hey, we should be mooning, within this range, or we should be seeing large price movement.
It's just
So
a forecast, It I'm just attempting to document the situation at hand, and
It's like forecasting the weather is the way I like to. You know there's a storm coming, but you can't tell like how much it's going to storm and what exact time.
Yeah. It's frustrating to me because I won't even get into it. We all know where this is gonna lead. It'll turn into another fucking rant. But people just need to realize that it's okay to speculate and try to take guesses at what the fuck's going on, because who else is doing it?
Yeah,
If it's
right. I
not
mean
me, then who else?
and speculation is if you boil it down, the stock market's gambling flat out.
Yeah.
And the best part about gambling is the speculation, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, even, just the entertainment aspect or whatever, dopamine inducing event that's going on that comes from the stock market or my channel or whatever it is. It's all, at least for me, I can tell you for a fucking fact, it's to try and help educate, and it's trying to document whatever the fuck is going on. Because again, who else is doing it? Who else is trying to tie in raw market mechanics to what translates to a price chart? Like I've had I can't name them, but I've had some very well-established individuals comment on my work and say this is astounding. This is amazing. Like you're clearly documenting what is to be only assumed as manipulation. This is not how a stock moves, and you're able to connect the dots between what you see as candles to what happens across all of the verticals of a market and everything within that. And that's not to toot my own horn, because I'm still wrong. I get shit wrong all the time. But
Well, it's because people are expecting a day out of you, right? They're like it's not
Yeah.
like that.
yeah,
And you're absolutely right. It shouldn't technically trade on a cycle. It should trade on sentiment, and that's what like frustrates me, and that's why I want market change.
right,
And yeah, stocks shouldn't trade based on how much money they can squeeze out of the options chain. That's
right,
what they're doing flat out. The stock moves because you get in the bearish cycle, you move to the point where you can't go down any further without causing harm, and then you flip your cycle and you move it. You move at paces that earn you the most money in the options chain. And I feel like they've been doing that for 2 years now. They've been just
they've been doing it the
milking
whole
retail
time.
traders in the
ever
option chain.
since payment for order flow became what it is, it has incentivized those who have concentration of order flow and data
How much, bitch?
to take
How
advantage
much
of
you
that via
donate?
derivatives, because they know what is inevitably going to happen to the underlying before it
Yeah,
happens.
I mean, they control and see it, right? It's not even
Yeah.
just seeing. They control it, they see it. Like
And put it this way
it's
too.
hilarious.
Yeah, but sorry to cut you off. This just hit me. Imagine, imagine you deciding if you're gonna bring an umbrella with you to work, whether or not it rains. You just decide yourself, I'm gonna bring one. I'm just gonna bring one because I know. I know it's gonna rain. I haven't watched the news, but I know it's gonna rain. Versus.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
Astro, check the DD I sent her DM on Twitter.
Kriegs. Yeah,
I
yeah,
haven't
I'm so
been
sorry.
wrong yet.
I'm so sorry. Yeah. I got you. But the point here is the movement of the underlying, right? Your variable should not be contingent upon its result before the base of that operation takes place. To translate back to the piss poor analogy I tried coming up with, you shouldn't you either fucking construct your umbrella if it's raining or not. But if you're constructing it just to construct it, it makes no sense. The result of whether or not you decide to use an umbrella should be reliant on if it's raining or not. But if... Fuck me. This makes no fucking sense. My point that I'm getting at here is that you have the max pain theory, right? Which is where... I'm trying to put this simply.
Where the least profit is made by the people that
options
buy
holder.
contracts.
Right. So it's whatever place that the stock lands on, where the people or institutions that wrote those options to begin with would then incur the least amount of debt, quote unquote, by buying them back if they were to buy them
Least
back.
amount of debt, most amount of money. Yep.
Yeah. So Max Payne theory though holds very well, and you can watch it every week. It'll happen. Why would the underlying, the base of something, be contingent upon that of its derivatives, which is the options chain? Why? It makes no sense in any market for a derivative to take priority over that which it's being derived from. Does that make sense?
Right. Basically don't manipulate the stock to get money in the derivative.
Yeah. Because Max Payne theory is there's a certain amount of financial friction that occurs to move a stock to where Max Payne lands. It doesn't make any sense to me. It seems so.
History
Yeah.
repeat itself.
Well,
seems-
traditionally, if you short, right, in a traditional short, it's reported. People can see that it's you're shorting to control the stock to move in a direction to possibly hit that Max Payne area, and so then it could be countered. So the problem is a lot of these transactions that we can see that controls it is not being reported and not costing them anything too. So
Right.
it's easy and free for them to do it. So it's like, why not?
Yeah. I guess what you just said, yes, and then the most where I draw contention from the most is it seems to stray away from total market efficiency. It seems to actually spit in its face where someone is profiting asymmetrically relative to the financial friction, which is a word that I have to make a fucking video on, but the friction incurred is drastically asymmetric than that of which is profited. If you just slam short sales against a stock to push it down, to take money away from your calls, to buy them back, and those short sales are happening at ungodly speeds where the moment that you decrement a cent, you can then buy it back, or even better yet, match against someone else's order via payment for order flow, and then profit from the spread. And God knows what that spread will be as you're hitting it with short sales. It seems so totally fucking. Yo, Vildoc, welcome. It seems so just disgustingly Madoffian, right?
Right.
As in Bernie Madoff.
Hey, Mighty
I don't
Mouse
know.
is chatting in your Discord. Because I posted a pic of Zella, XELA. If you're doing any side plays, man, I don't know what the volatility on it's right now, but that the thing's gonna
Oh my.
pop.
Yeah.
It's gonna pop, dude.
Hold on, I gotta grab something. Give me 1 second. Entertain my chat, Wires. Do my job for me.
So wired
So,
fundamentals, like it's a word that gets thrown around a lot. But when we're talking about options and how much that derivative chain has on any stock, what's the point of fundamentals? Like if the market is so controlled by other forces, so what if tons of people feel like this company is worth a lot more?
yeah, fundamentals it should be a baseline, right? Fundamentals is like where if there was no like if there was no stock market, this is where that stock should be valued at, right?
Right.
It's more of a baseline, and oftentimes you'll see the price lower than the valued price, but then or it could shift higher, and then you have the unreasonable. I think of them as the banks for these hedge funds and large industry whales. Like we're talking about Apple and Microsoft, these big blue chip stocks that are just way overly priced and inflated, especially
Right.
where they're storing all their money. Really, they're just storing them in freaking stocks. Now
But
crypto too as well.
right. But thinking on a very basic macro level of the stock market as a thing that helps companies
How much,
that
bitch?
you
How much you donate?
believe in do better.
Can you look at Krig's DM?
Does that make sense?
What's her theory?
Like, a lot of people want AMC to go up, but everything has been being controlled in the background. Like, it's almost like a reality show where it looks real, but little do you know the producers are telling people to do certain things to make a certain outcome happen.
Oh, absolutely. Like ever since I started doing my DD on payment to order flow, like many months ago, I've always compared it to the Matrix because this current stock market that we live in is an illusion. Everybody's enjoying their steak and thinking life is wonderful, but it's all fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, you buy 100 shares of X stock, and that's it's not really
And
what
then it just
happens.
yeah, it just
There's
goes all
50
limp on
other
you.
steps.
And then so now all these retail traders are like, oh, why is the stock going limp on me? And they're just trying to find the market Viagra, buying in and on all these services, praising, say, hey, it's the market secret, when 90% of them it's snake oil. It's terrible. It's the money just milks the hard-earned money out of the everyday people, and it's sickening. It's like you have so much money already. Why do you have to milk the hard-earned money? Like people out there bleed for their cash. They work double jobs. And then they're like, oh, I
Astro,
work
look at
so
the
hard. I'm
DD
going to take what
now.
little
You
money
are
I
only
have. I'm going to put it
seeing
in the stock market and try
50%.
to
My
better my
DD
life.
shows you what
But
are missing.
in
It will
essence, you're
blow
just
your
getting pissed
mind.
on.
I'm on my way to work, so look now,
And you don't
please.
even know it most of the time.
Yeah, you don't know it. Like sometimes you'll make like what, 30, 50, $100 here, and you're like, wow, the stock market's great. But you just got
Well, I'm trying to look through it right now. Crease, can you send it again? Because for some reason Twitter has it cut off. I see the last 1, 2, 3, 4. I see the last 6 messages. I remember I glanced over it the other night before passing out, and it's a lot, which is great. I just need to make sure I give it the attention that it needs. And better yet, if you can drop it in Discord too. Drop it in the DD and Theories channel. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no rush. Please be safe. Don't wreck your shit.
Is there any hope?
when we moon, yeah, I don't have much money, and what little I do have, I try to invest in the AMC. But like when we moon, I'm not. I'll tell you one thing. I'm not gonna. Everybody's talking about Lambos and anything. I'm gonna make it the point to buy the shittiest vehicle I can find, drive
Yeah,
around that
respect.
for a
Yeah.
year.
Respect.
Get a smart car.
I know. I want to get that stretch Pinto from Wayne's World.
Wait, were those the ones that exploded because the gas tank was in the back? What car was that?
I
think it
don't
was a
know, but it had
Pinto.
that big bubble window in the back.
Yeah.
Matrix. Speaking of Matrix earlier, yeah, Matrix 4 is coming out.
When?
Soon. They just released a trailer. Well, I mean, soon as in like within the next 6 months, possibly, or a year.
December?
But they threw a trailer is the best way to put it. I'm not sure when it's going to come out, so I won't truly speak to it. But it's obviously going to be somewhat soon in movie time frame. That's like a year or less. But and it supposedly updates itself to our current timeline too, so that's good.
Interesting. And, the directors they've had some misses recently.
Yeah.
Did you see oh shit, what's that movie called? Well, with Tom Hanks. Cloud Atlas.
No, I haven't. Honestly, I haven't been watching as much movies, but I did watch. Have you guys caught any of the new American Horror Story?
Oh, there's another season?
Yeah, it's bitching. It's
Yes.
vampires. And I swear the scene is like the area they're in is from the Twilight series, like the movie,
Oh, that's
like
dope.
sparkling vampires.
Huh.
Like because the house that they're in, I swear it's the vampires that Edward's parents' home, you know what I'm talking about?
The Cullens?
Yeah, the Cullens. See, dude, I don't know
I
my
never watched Twilight, but I just think it's cool that they're paying homage to it like that.
the show in general pays homage to a lot of stuff. It's a really good show.
Asylum always fucked me up. That shit was fucking.
That was good.
It was great, but it fucking. Oh my god, the what was it? Fuck me.
That if I remember correctly, that series,
American
dude
Horror
that
Story
played,
has never shied away from tackling needless to
maybe it wasn't that series, but some of
Atlantic's
the
Richard
actors and
Maple
actresses,
set
they
the
say
outrage
playing the characters really messes with their minds.
in the 1960s. The second season of American Horror Story
Again?
takes us to the fictional mental health facility Briarcliff Manor.
Heath Ledger went a little too deep.
American Horror
Another thing we need to do when we
were
moon is we
events
need to
that they were trying
petition
to
for a
direct, and
new
one of its
idiocracy. Like
Briarcliff.
I just demand
In some we
it.
see
It
that
has
the
to
woman is
happen.
writing in her journal in the Briarcliff Common Room.
Idiocracy
because
2
she's
Electric
Anne Frank.
Boogaloo.
Her journal is even named Kitty. Oh lord, Anne Frank was a real person.
I think
It just isn't
Luke
done.
Wilson
Am I
would be
being
up for it.
Frank, but rather a mental
The search for
entertainment weekly,
Rondo.
claiming the Anne Frank thing was always
It's got
interesting items
electrolytes.
of American Horror
It's what
has,
plants
and soon
crave.
Gabriel has a horrific encounter.
Oh, is this fucking The Shining?
Shortly,
Was that The Shining carpet?
Mama's feeling magnanimous.
Probably.
Oh, was
after
it?
he gets
That
to
makes
his room,
sense.
Gabriel
Well,
has
that
a
hotel
horrific
in general is
hotel that,
it
well,
was a
I'm the
real
real
hotel,
Anne
and
Frank,
it's
and they were struck
the
down.
famous.
Many
Oh,
of them were
another
found to be
thing
mentally
about
ill
the
and
new
suffering from
season
schizophrenia.
of
Plenty of people took issue with a scene in
I forgot the
Hotel,
name anyways.
fifth
But the
season of
new
American
anything with the
Horror
new
Story.
season with
In the
American
season
Horror Story,
premiere,
it
a
has
heroin
Macaulay
addict
Culkin
named
in it.
Gabriel checks
Oh,
into
really?
the Hotel Cortez and soon
He plays like
Yeah,
like a homosexual like prostitute. It's hilarious. He does so good.
That's
Look at
yeah,
Astro
they're
finding the
definitely-
right pattern.
Oh shit.
Patterns everywhere.
I see the chart. It's true though, dude. Like I see it everywhere now. Like
You're probably looking at tree lines being like, oh my god.
no, that's literally what happens. That's
Did you
literally
know
what
that
happens.
you could see Fibonacci in that?
Or rather than gory or shocking scenes.
Yeah,
If you're not
yeah.
caught up on the show, a spoiler alert.
Somebody said something about Fibonacci earlier. Like Fibonacci is in everything, just flat out. You look at it, you'll find Fibonacci in everything.
Well, it's
It's the universe.
Fibs are just
Morbidity's attraction.
this is something that JP Merck helped. He I'd always been aware of Fibonacci sequences in life, but JP helped it all make more sense to me, which is if Fibonacci sequences are just like the beginning frequencies to everything that propagates in the universe, then everything that propagates from those propagations would inherently have Fibonacci-esque attributes to them, right? Like if what are the numbers? They're like 1, 3, 7, 11, something like that. Whatever the iteration interval is, it only makes sense that if that's something that the universe itself, if that's what physics for some reason gravitates to, of course it would, everything else that spawns from it would show that. I'm looking at the DD. Give me 1 second.
So I was a math minor, and
Wait. I'm sorry. I gotta unsize. Somebody sent me a DD that, and there.
oh yeah, that Twitter one.
What the fuck?
Mighty Mouse is excited in your Discord. Look over chat. No, what I was getting at, you don't even have to focus in. I'm just talking for chat. It's like, with the Fibonacci in
Krieg, let me
mathematics,
get back to you on this.
it was
Huh.
cool, but
And she
what
called-
got
wow.
me excited?
Good shit,
in
Krieg.
math-
Good shit. I'm so sorry to.
Oh, you're fine, man.
Well, no, just
What'd they
well,
find?
to you and her. I gotta dig into this. Good fucking shit. Good fucking shit.
What did it find?
Hold on.
I think he's going to
Is it
jacket.
about Jeffrey Bezos?
No, but what I loved about mathematics was derivatives, man. Derivatives are the
Oh, yeah.
answer. Like with
she-
derivatives, you can find the answer to anything.
She sent me basically how crypto looks like the missing piece to everything that's been going on.
Well, yeah, it's been related for sure.
Yeah, crypto's the
she
new
makes
Cayman
it-
Islands, man.
Yeah, but she shows how it's more than just related.
Interesting.
I gotta dig into this. Krieg, thank you. Let me dig.
I'm gonna head to bed then. Good luck.
Hey, thank you, brother. Thank
Sharpen your
Yeah.
shovel. And
I'm out
have a
too,
good night.
man.
you. Oh, fuck both of you. Shit.
Well, dude, it's like almost 5 in
Okay.
the morning, right?
Yeah, I know.
Peace out.
Later, man. Wired, always a pleasure, dude.
Absolutely. If I have nothing to do, it's might as well come into your stream, right?
Yeah, right.
It's always a good time here.
Seconds of socializing.
No, it's just like
I know,
I
sure,
always know
sure.
there's a good time in this place.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
All right, later, man. Take care.
Later. Yep.
This is what that good fucking pussy sounds like. Oh, yeah.
I'm such a fucking idiot. Yeah, my Twitter's at that guy Astro. It's also in the description. Vox, you just do your thing, man. Whatever you want. It will not fucking mix. With all that chemical food, you will become a mummy and last forever. Good.
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
Hey bro, get some juice on me. Thought I was the only moron up looking at AMC news in the dark.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. No, it's not that fucking big of a deal. I'm just doing my thing. Thank you so much. Maslorian with the tenor. This is next week looking like it'll pop off. Yeah, yeah. And I know that gets said a lot around here, but every week it doesn't happen likens the chances for the next. And I'm going on like 3 or 4 weeks now saying that we should be seeing a very substantial move upward. We started to get it last week and a little bit of early this week. It's all about Mondays though, and I think the next what do you call it? I think the next FINRA short interest report comes out this Monday too, which would really spice things up. Let's see. September 10th. Be this Friday. Ooh, that's interesting. That is interesting. Hot, hot, hot. Fuck. And for some fucking reason, I'm tired. I got a ton of sleep. I know it's fucking 6 in the morning, but still. I just thought you deserve everything good that comes to you, man. Keep up the hard work and you do. Yo, Sinister, thank you, man. Thank you. Too much sleep, probably. Yeah, right. Unfortunately, that is very true. Creeks, thank you. Thank you for the DD. Thank you for coming by. I'll shoot you a message probably later this afternoon. And I'll be doing some digging, but have a good shift, and thank you again. And I apologize for how long it's taken me to get to your work. Math and physics people can check it. Yo, drop it in the DD channel of the Discord. Green Stick Dick, what's going on, brother?
GameStop is one of the most compelling asymmetric opportunities in the market today. Really, I don't understand how you could disagree with that. That's why it's a top position in my portfolio and also Dr. Mike Berry's portfolio. But based on prevailing sentiment, the market, and popular culture, many think it's a foolish investment. But everyone's wrong. It's like the Big Short again. Or more like the Big Short squeeze this time, right? Anyway, let me show you what we're seeing. Still in 2020, GameStop maintains a healthy market share within the gaming industry. It's the only major brick-and-mortar retailer dedicated to gaming, and a recent survey indicated that over 25% of people buy their new games at GameStop, and 40% of people buy their used games there. Its reboot plan is well underway, and it's comprised of two main components. The first is optimizing the legacy business by right-sizing costs and improving the omnichannel experience. This will boost near-term free cash flow, which in turn can be used to finance the second, more important component, reinventing itself as a premier gaming hub within the thriving $150 billion gaming industry.
Thank you for
GameStop's
everything you
modernizing
do.
stores,
Folded
partnering with
hands.
vendors, and offering experiential products. This is the potential upside, and it's enormous. They've been testing 4 stores in Tulsa, Oklahoma that focus on live experiential concepts. Clearly, the new management team is laser focused on gaming, and Frank Hamlin, the chief customer officer, wants GameStop to become the cultural center for gaming. They also teamed up with the Dallas Cowboys with the GameStop Performance Center. This space was uniquely designed to be the premier facility for the next evolution of esports. Imagine a handful of these venues around the world where gamers could come together to train, perform, and just hang out. So could this new management team actually pull off the transformation? It's possible. They've been doing mostly the right things over the past year. Plus, they have Michael Berry's support. You really gonna question the guy who gets his hair cut at Supercuts and doesn't wear shoes? Shit, I'm not. But what about the death of physical discs, you say? Let me tell you something. People have been saying this shit for a decade. And do you know what Microsoft had to say about this at the start of this console cycle? Millions of people still want discs. Period. It's a big reason these new consoles have disk drives. And that's why physical will remain a part of Microsoft's future. To be sure, the shift to digital is happening, just not as quickly as many people think. It's true the pandemic may have accelerated some long-term trends, but as stores are opening back up, people are buying physical discs again. And a quick reminder at this point, GameStop sells other items besides physical discs. This helps drive traffic and will allow it to offer exclusive console bundles to its 60 million rewards members this fall. That said, the used games business has driven the lion's share of historical free cash flow, so let's focus there. We know how Microsoft feels about physical, now let's check in on Nintendo. In their latest pandemic-ridden quarter, a whopping 44% of game sales were still physical. And this is huge for GameStop because the Switch has surged in popularity this year, and I assume its used games have as well. And in particular, Animal Crossing New Horizons was 50% physical. And after having sold over 20 million units in just a few months, that's now one of the top-selling video games of all time. So how about Sony? During the same quarter, 26% of full game sales were still physical. Now, the year-over-year decline is certainly notable, but two things here. First, as stores reopen and new consoles roll out, this figure will likely bounce and stabilize for a few years. And second, even just a 26% physical share is still meaningful, considering GameStop generated over $1 billion in free cash flow in the early years of the last cycle. And also, it's important to remember, this is not a zero-sum game. From April to June, video game spending was up 30% year-over-year. That's a massive benefit to physical, digital, and the whole damn industry. And that's why Sony and Nintendo have been boosting their expected output this year. More consoles and a much larger video game lineup than the last cycle means more software and accessory sales as well. And this is a boon to a specialized gaming retailer like GameStop, who will also benefit as the go-to destination for folks trading in old consoles and games as part of their upgrade to the new consoles. Now, obviously, this thesis is based largely on the fundamentals, but shit, GameStop's chart is looking increasingly compelling. And this matters because if the price breaks out, technical analysts who don't even give a shit about the fundamentals will start piling on. To add to this, GameStop is by far the most heavily shorted company in the market, with short interest of around 100% of the float. 100%! Can you believe that shit? The combination of positive fundamental developments, a potentially massively bullish chart, and an exorbitant short interest suggests to me that an upward move could be explosive. Maybe. What the hell do we know?
You crazy motherfucker. I'll get back to shit when I'm done eating.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, members of the committee. I'm happy to discuss with the committee my purchases of GameStop shares and my discussions of their fair value on social media. It is true that my investment in that company multiplied in value many times. For that, I feel enormously fortunate. I also believe the current price of the shares demonstrates that I've been right about the company. A few things I am not. I'm not a cat. I am not an institutional investor, nor am I a hedge fund. I do not have clients, and I do not provide personalized investment advice for fees or commissions. I'm just an individual whose investment in GameStop and posts on social media were based upon my own research and analysis. I grew up in Brockton, Massachusetts. My family was not wealthy. My father was a truck driver, and my mom a registered nurse. I was one of 3 kids and the first in my family to earn a 4-year college degree when I graduated from Stonehill College in 2009. That was not a good time to be looking for a job. From 2010 to 2017, I worked at a few startup companies, but there were significant periods when I was unemployed. I took an interest in the stock market, and even though I had very little money,
Swift,
I used those times to educate myself and learn more about investing. In April 2019, after nearly 2 years unemployed, I accepted a marketing and financial education job at MassMutual. My wife Caroline and I were thrilled that I had an income and benefits. My job was to help develop financial education classes that advisors could present to prospective clients. I was not a stockbroker or a financial advisor. I did not talk to clients, and I did not recommend stocks for them to buy. Before and after I joined MassMutual, I studied and followed stocks. One of those was GameStop. In early June of 2019, the price of GameStop stock declined below what I thought was its fair value. I invested in GameStop in 2019 and 2020 because, as I studied the company, I became more and more confident in my analysis. 2 important factors, based entirely on publicly available information, gave me confidence that GameStop was undervalued. First, the market was underestimating the prospects of GameStop's legacy business and overestimating the likelihood of bankruptcy. I grew up playing video games and shopping at GameStop, and I plan to continue shopping there. GameStop stores still provide real value to consumers and reliable revenue for GameStop. Second, I believe that GameStop has the potential to reinvent itself as the ultimate destination for gamers within the rapidly growing $200 billion gaming industry. GameStop has a unique opportunity to pivot toward a technology-driven business. By embracing the digital economy, GameStop may be able to find new revenue streams that vastly exceed the value of its business. I am hardly the only person who has advocated these points. When I wrote and spoke about GameStop on social media with other individual investors, our conversations were no different from people in a bar or on a golf course or at home talking or arguing about a stock. Hedge funds and other Wall Street firms have teams of analysts working together to compile research and analyze shares of companies. Individual investors do not have those resources. Social media platforms like Reddit, YouTube, and Twitter are leveling the playing field. The idea that I use social media to promote GameStop stock to unwitting investors and influence the market is preposterous. My post did not cause the movement of billions of dollars into GameStop shares. It is tragic that some people lost money, and my heart goes out to them. But what happened in January just demonstrates again that investing in public securities is extremely risky. As I said earlier, I consider myself and my family fortunate with our investment. When the stock price broke $20 in December, I knew my investment was a success. I was so happy to visit my family in Brockton for the holidays. The money will go such a long way for us. We had an incredibly difficult 2020. Most difficult was the tragic and unexpected loss of my sister Sarah in June. I am grateful to be in a position to give back to and support my family. As for what happened in January, others will have to explain it. It's alarming how little we know about the inner workings of the market. And I am thankful that this committee is examining what happened. I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me,
it's so fucked up that you hear all this fucking background noise going on that hadn't been happening before. The timing of it and the obnoxiousness of it seems very interestingly timed.
I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone. Yes, of course, I do. I believe it's an opportunity for investors to participate in the market just as institutionals participate.
Okay, so actually, the business channels had a good question from one of the Reddit readers, which is, so you recommended GameStop before. Would you buy their stock now at roughly 45? It started at 48 earlier today. You were talking about buying it and being happy when it hit cross 20. So are you buying that stock today?
Well, let me just say that investing can be risky, and my particular approach to investing is rather aggressive and may not be suitable for anyone else. But for me personally, yes.
So yes or no, are you buying the stock? And
for me personally, yes, I do find it's an attractive investment at this price point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware?
GameStop?
Where you find it's an attractive investment at this price
GameStop
point.
Quick question. Did you invest in GameStop because you were not aware of the payment for order flow?
My investment in GameStop was based on the fundamentals. Thank you for the question, Congressman. I would say my expertise is in analyzing the business, the fundamentals of the business, not so much on the inner workings of the market. I'm not so sure about legislation per se. What I would say is that increased transparency could help. That if someone like me could have a better understanding of how those types of things work, I feel as though it would be quite beneficial to retail investors. Congressman, I've been following GameStop for a number of years. I started to buy into it in June of 2019, most recently.
So back then, what was the price of the stock when you started investing in it?
At the time, it was in the ballpark of around $5 per share.
Okay. And in your analysis, what did you think a proper price for the share was? Because you thought you were getting a good buy.
Sure. At the time, I thought that the value of the business could be worth up to roughly $2 billion.
Okay, but how much is that per share? Just bring it back to you bought at 5, you thought it was worth 10, 20?
I felt as though that it could be worth at the time in the range of, say, $20 to $25 per share.
Okay. And you continued to invest on and off through 2019 and 2020. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you also, you bought some shares, but you also did some options trading, did you not?
Correct. I did.
And options trading is not really for the novice investor, is it?
It is a riskier investment, yes.
Okay. On January 27th, I think the stock price hit $483 or something like that. Is that true?
I believe it was in that area, yes.
In your analysis, back when you started investing in the stock, did you ever see it being valued at $483 per share?
At the time, I thought it was possible, but a very low probability, I thought.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple more questions. In terms of the platforms where you visited and discussed this stock with others, one was the Reddit subreddit Wall Street Bets platform, correct?
Correct.
And at any given time, how many people were you talking to on that
Thanks
platform?
for coming by, brother. Thank you.
I wasn't so much talking to anyone individually, but rather making posts on that public forum.
That GameStop was an attractive stock.
Yeah, early on, I had felt that it was an attractive investment opportunity, and I had shared some of my thoughts as to why that was.
Did you discuss this on any other platforms? Are there any other kinds of Reddit or other kinds of platforms that you talked about the stock?
Yes, I have talked about the stock on some other platforms.
Okay. Did you ever talk about the short sellers that had bet against this company?
Yes, the topic did come up.
And about when did that occur?
Oh, since around the time I had begun investing in it, it was, as someone else has noted, it was an exceptional level of short interest in the stock since the time I had started investing in it.
Have you ever previously experienced or observed the type of restrictions Robinhood and other applications performed on January 28th?
Thank you, Congressman. No, I have not.
Mr. Gill, as was previously noted at this hearing, one of your colleagues at the witness table has as many as 5 people in the room with him. I guess, Mr. Gill, my first question for you is how many people are in the room with you right now? Mr. Gill?
0, Congressman.
Is he gone? That's what I thought, Mr. Gill. And I just want to note for the entire committee that Mr. Gill is actually appearing before our panel by himself, while many others are receiving significant, obviously underestimating the sophistication and the independence
Goddamn right he's not alone now.
Of these individual investors. Now, we've heard a lot of reasons for concern today. Some are legitimate, but also some proposed overreactions by members of Congress that could create even more problems. And what we saw was a movement of individuals investing to try to make money. I don't see what's wrong with that, even if that motivation is fueled by a desire to stick it to a hedge fund they don't like. Mr. Gill, you're the only retail investor involved in this GameStop situation.
It's amazing the timing, too, of the lag going on.
Yet members on the committee have hardly asked you any questions. We've heard from a lot of the companies and funds involved in this event, but we've barely heard from the people that made this happen. Is there anything you would like to add to this hearing that you haven't been able to add yet, given that we're past the 4-hour mark on this hearing?
Respect to Mr. Tom.
I appreciate that, Congressman. I do. I don't have anything to add at this time, just that I would be the first to acknowledge that investing in stocks and options is incredibly risky, and it's so important for people to do their own thorough research before investing. But that said, I tend to agree with you that folks should be able to freely express their views on a stock, and they should be able to buy or not buy a stock based on those views that they may have.
Mr. Gill, on that note, so how would you feel if these brilliant people that are asking you these questions today decided that you should not take the risks that you're making these thoughtful decisions on? What do you think about that?
I would probably ask for an explanation, Congressman, and to try to understand their viewpoint as to why they might think that, and perhaps we'd be able to talk through it.
I appreciate it, Mr. Gill. I think we need to value the right of the individual to make decisions for themselves. And it's fantastic to see so many people getting involved and participating in the greatest financial markets in the world.
What do you think is the proper thing that should have happened? At some point, this thing got away from you and went totally into the stratosphere. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on how this should have worked.
Thank you, Congressman Lynch. I do know Westgate Mall quite well. I would say that, just to be clear, I had thought that maybe roughly $20 or $25 per share. I had thought that at that time, but investment theses, they evolve over time. As the fundamental events change over time, it's important to update theses accordingly. And I had mentioned that it appeared as though the stock price had got a little bit ahead of itself last month. But there's a lot outstanding. There's a lot that has happened in recent months to suggest that GameStop could indeed turn around its business significantly. And one big element of that is indeed one of the largest investors in GameStop, Brian Cohen. And he has brought in some colleagues that could help him turn around this company. And fair value could indeed, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my time. Ms. Schultz.
Goddamn fucking right, you're not alone anymore. I hope he's doing good. I hope Keith's doing good.
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
Read my last inputs into the chat, could not super chat them for some reason.
Scott says it's time to start bringing in new money. I cannot. Those are your words, not mine. I cannot disagree with that observation. But because of the way our fucked legal system works, I cannot disagree nor agree. You can refer who. Scott, refer who? Who the fuck? So he doesn't know how to use a computer, but he runs a Twitter account. You don't need a fucking computer to have Twitter. Such an idiot. Again, if you want to really find who the shills are, point out the people who hide behind keyboards and create bastardized claims of someone bringing knowledge to the table as fraudulent or dishonest or disingenuous, and then follow it up with the tried and true mantra. Reap in the karma. Bring it in. If you really want to know who the shills and the hedgies and they're trying to disrupt us. If you really want to know who the fuck it is, go no further than someone like this fucking schmuck.
bitch? How much you donate?
Yo, Scott. With the $5. Thank you, sir. Astro continuously made bad bets and then finally got some right. I made over $100,000 in May on one of my bad bets, bucko. Shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. I've mentioned that other people have found cyclical movements, but none that encapsulate what I've brought to the table. Don't have a gosh darn clue who these clowns are or what they have said. I buy and hold. Why do we even bother with traditional analysis? This ship sailed and ours is coming in. Shut the fuck up. Scott with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Stop it. You don't have to. You don't have to.
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
Take my money.
Lisa? Thank you. Thank you.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
Take mine too, King. Real talk, Toe. I agree. Hope Kieth is doing well.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. But they would never make it that simple. Simplicity is a relative thing. Simplicity is completely relative. If I play you in a game of pool, you're going to struggle to hold a cue. You're going to struggle to make a ball. When I'm playing pool, I'll get positioned anywhere on the table. I'll make the ball and put the cue ball where I want it. I even know how to make your next shot impossible. I even know how to let you think you're winning, to then suck you back in and get you for more money in the next set. Simplicity is entirely relative. It's entirely relative. We have bots checking at the other end, watching for very specific sequences of data, like encrypted messages over certain time frames rather than single values. Such data being sent that regular people like you and me can never figure out. Totally not true. I'm not too great of a programmer, but if I even attempted doing this kind of shit, I'd at least have a unique encode and decode key that myself and a counterparty can use to determine if the one's communicating to one another. I have multiple trays worth as start messages, and few as the end message. Inject some kind of irregularity in each message with timestamps or around the encode to decode key. Anyone who is trying to figure out these signals is going to never figure it out unless they have insider information. Also not true. I like your points about how you would set up your own messaging system, but that does not in any way deteriorate what Keith has brought to the table. I really hate the demeanor that Cryan has had throughout all of this, because I thought that after I had heard about his DD, went through it, it was amazing how well it meshed with the video I had made 2 weeks prior regarding the cycle. I've always seen his work and my work as encapsulating the same thing. My work regards the charts, his work regards market mechanics. But every time I see a post from him that has anything to do with me, there's always this very pompous undertone to it. And now with Keith, it's not that they would never make it that simple. Not only because simplicity is entirely subjective, but because simplicity is often the best means of concealment. If you create if you provide a simple, like, how the fuck was that ever simple? How tell me how that discovery was ever simple. I don't get that. I don't know how you could derive simplicity from someone staring at a level 2 order book for hours on end to then finally realize, after doing it for, I think he said it was over a year, that he found where there were some constants. I don't know how you could ever assume that piecing together price movement off of an encoded, multi-layer, multi-dimensional data conduit, to then use that as an instrument for predicting price movement, would ever be simple. And then this fucking idiot calling him a scam. I Yeah, I don't know. It's there's so many fucking just wow. The desire to prove somebody wrong is valued more than that of which it is to attempt your own idea and for it to be right. If there's anything that has ever plagued the progression of humanity or the progression of a market or the progression of anything, man, it's when the constituents of a system value proving someone else wrong or attempting to is valued more than that of being original and proposing your own idea. Like every fucking time, man. It's just somebody who is looking to get some fucking form of social dopamine or virtue signal for just a little bit of fucking karma. The desire to make somebody look bad, to defame somebody, is more desirable than to bask in your own greatness and being original. It's fucking sad, man. It really is sad. Chris, it's part of, do we have a mod in here? Tony, good morning. Give me a second here. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. No, it's just observation to me. It doesn't get to me. It really doesn't get to me. That's a great point. Think of how much Einstein's ideas and theories would have been run down by keyboard warriors. Yeah. Yep. So this is the safest things possible and condemn anybody who figures anything out and makes valid theories. Yeah. And even when you're wrong, like, I'll make a point when I'm right, but I'll also make a point when I'm wrong. And the intensity of those points is reciprocated. So the major volume shift, this is something that I've been trying to substantiate.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
Keep shredding on the DD and let's shred the hedges.
My man. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, just even right here. even right here, like, you look at the volume chart and you can tell right away the repetition in it seems very odd. And then you look at the time to volume ratio. You know, in these two boxes right here, 12.3 billion, and then 12.1 billion. This is January 5th, May 13th, and this is from May 19th to September 3rd. It's so odd, man. It's so fucking odd. It's very odd. Yeah, Rick, you just hit the nail on the head, man. Doesn't matter how many times you're wrong, you rule out those possibilities. People forget that testing a hypothesis means you're helping unravel the BS that we all know as Wall Street. Don't quit. Never fucking will. Never will. Never will quit. Yeah, no, it's there's always going to be times of error. And it just baffles me, man. It just baffles me. It's fucking, like, really, like, show me any science, anything ever worth a damn to society that doesn't value and take peer review with the utmost of respect. You know? Gene, thank you. Thank you. Art, I'm not sure. I believe it has to do with share sourcing. Rich, it doesn't mean that there's 24 billion shares in circulation. It just means that volume-wise, the amount of shares and transactions comes out to 24 billion. It does not mean that there are 24 billion synthetics or 24 billion phantom or whatever, you know, whatever tagline you want to give it. It doesn't mean that. It just means that 24 billion shares have moved around in transactions. So have we adopted Keith or what? Keith is family, man. Keith is family. And then this right here, like, just, if you're just accounting for, if you're measuring this by volume cycles of your start point is where the candles go just vertical to the end where you then begin to finish your mirror, 10.79 billion, 10.82 billion. If I move this over, then account for, like, the right before things take off, 12 billion, 11.95 billion. Van Halen. Van Halen. David Lee Roth for sure. Helix, that's a great idea.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
Errors are a process of elimination, if they manifest through objective and smart due diligence. Sam's DD is exactly that. Patience will be rewarded.
Harrison, my man. One of the day ones. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The fuck? Why is this not showing? What? The fuck? So fucking confused. Why is this not showing up? You motherfucker. And even right here, I mean, this little bit is just accelerated. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking baffles me, man. I'll be right back. I gotta piss. So now the thing that I'm curious of is I believe that the run up in January and then the run up in May were the first two to a massive run up, which is to be our third. To check this, I want to look at the anatomy of what happened before the run up in January. And what would be the anatomy of the run up before May / early June. I haven't checked this yet, so I want to make that known. I wonder if the run-up that happens in this region will look just like what has become this and this as the 1, the 2, and then the 3rd, which is very soon. This is what January should look like. This is what June should look like. Wait, let me make sure I have that right.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
After Hours is one thing, but this level of commitment is a whole new level. Hats off to you.
Thank you. I'd be doing it with or without a camera, man. I'm serious. Like, this is just what I do. It's what I do. It's what I do. Thank you so much. I need to change this. Why does it not sync? So basically, this is
How much,
what.
bitch? How much you donate?
I put an image in DD that might help.
Hey, Vox. I might hop in the Discord in a few. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Oh yeah. So this right here, it's you'll see the same shapes through different time frames, and that's where this thing will fuck with you, because whatever the time frame is, I think that was the weekly that I had sent you that day. So what you overlaid represents weekly candles. What you superimpose, this is weekly, right? Weekly candles over a 2 hour, looks like, I think that's a 2, over 2 hour candles. So it's not that this is a 1-to-1 ratio, but it's just showing that the movement would follow between the time frames, but it doesn't indicate the total amount of time, if that makes sense. And that's always how I've been able to call out movements, is I've seen how this thing plays out so many times that when I see a particular piece of the giant fractal, that I can safely assume what's to come. And you didn't have to fucking super chat to tell me that. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Okay, so here's what I want to see. Basically, the movement right before the January pop, the staircasing that you see, should look like what the January run up to then the May run up to then where we're presently at should look like as the 1-2, with the third pop being the run up in January. Fuck, I have these wrong. That'd be this right here. And then this would be over here. I think I see it. Which is, this would be the first, yep. And then So this would look like... And then this would be the 3. No?
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
I just shot you a 2 screenshot in Discord chat showing the HFT and dark pool data for Friday. Check it out. It might help you.
Scott, how are you seeing this? Like what platform? Flow trade? I remember you talking about it. I just didn't know. Fuck. I didn't know if it was I didn't know if it was like a plug-in to, or a indicator from TradingView. Is there any way you could send me your login? Check DM. The fuck? I wanted to export this to a CSV. Oh, so this does go back. Vox, I appreciate it, man. Let me know when it's done. Yeah, fishing. I dread the weekends now too. It's a weird thing. Did you guys ever make the Python app to record the key thing? Still waiting on the API key. There's actually an alternative that somebody turned me on to that I'm going to use. D, are you a coder? Helix, let me, are you in the Discord? And it's not the, Rinky, it's not the, no, what do you call it? It's about interfacing with it via code. We can use the order book from Weeble, but having it into a code format automatically is what we're in the middle of doing. Helix, join the Discord. It's second link in the description, I think. D, if you can also join the Discord. I need to make a developers channel. Yeah, I didn't realize how many fucking developers were in here. Yeah, D, I totally get it, man. I totally get it. That's what I was in the middle of. I just switched to being full time, and I had been a developer prior to, and it was very, very, very difficult to keep up with both. There's a meme of Matt and I dancing on Reddit. Link. Ripping those guitars got you typing fast. Yeah, it did help. No backup channel, no. I should probably get on that.
Long on cigar smelling pussy.
Yo, Robert, welcome to the shit show, brother. I will be taking a look at GME, yeah. He only answers certain people. No, I don't. Yo, S9. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Also, we can work something out with OpenCV and Python and Weeble app for vision. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah. Like that a lot. Might have banned? Not currently, no. I've been focusing more on technique and whatnot. Astro, why do you hate Bulgarians? I hate everybody equally. Yo, Sticky, I got you. I got you.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
Oh, Jesus.
Good morning, Astro.
Hey.
No dates, but the church is open. Always remember Kenny walks around every day with a special plug. Red rocket, red rocket, red rocked.
Oh, thank you so fucking much for the $5, brother. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're what? What? And retired to physics. Scott, I'd love to chat with her. I'd love to chat with her. Forgot, since upgrading my PC, I can render simple stuff without much slowdown on frame 11. Sounds like Cinema 4D. Remind me of all the dudes my little cousin did in the 90s. Just to guess you drive. No, I drive a 370Z. I wish, though. I wish. I'm not doing any tunes right now. I'm about to dive into more code. I think we should hear and refer to it as the Keith interpretation. I got into the world of stocks around late January. What the fuck? For the love of God, people, Astro will not date your wives. Yes, I will. Dr. Wow. R43? Don't you mean the R34? Wait, this is your wife? Yo, Gambit, what's going on? No update just yet. Wait, what the Scott, wait, hold on. What? No! What the fuck? Scott, we gotta chat, man.
The damage with the United and the Cap.
Because I'm a big... What the fuck? I'm a huge science buff. I love science. I guess maybe that's why, I guess that's probably why you listen to my fucking bullshit. I love science. Chat, or it's chat. Jesus fuck. Scott, are you in the Discord? I heard that Matt Core's mom watches this channel. Oh, she does more than watching. Scott, if you get the time, look at this motherfucker. 8 years of Linux and C. God bless you. I'm so sorry. Environmental science graduate passion. Wow. Jesus Christ. Nerds. Wow. Wow. Scott, if you want to jump onto a Discord call with me right now, let me know. I would love to fucking poke around in your brain. I was a poker player. I was a poker player when COVID shut down poker. I came to the market. Yeah, I noticed that. At the same time I was getting into poker, it was around the same time I started getting into markets. And when I realized some of the parallels that are going on, it was uncanny, especially like risk management. And Scott, if you do hop in, let me know what your username is. Astrologist here with a GED and a Hey, I ended up getting a GED too. Vox, whatever's best for you, man. Whatever's best for you. Louisa M, I love you, Astro. I love you more. You look like a MILF, so I already love you. I got my GE2, by the way, also a millionaire. Hey, that's what it's about, brother. That's what it's about. Scott. If you jump into a channel, I'll drag you into where I'm at. Vox, MP4 would be best. I got a GED too, 100% of you aced the science section. It was amazing. I remember, you're a MILF with no kids? Fucking send me a DM. It amazed me how every question on the GED test was it had the answer in it, which in retrospect, after I got away from the education system and started thinking for myself, I realized that almost every other question ever in standard schooling systems also had the answer in the question. But it became more so apparent to me on the GED. Oh my god.
God. Is that the real Scott?
Yeah, I almost failed the writing section. I have dysgraphia and dyslexia, so.
Oh, I have sex daily too. I understand.
Fuck. I need to turn down my volume.
Going now, bro.
Yeah, what's going on, brother? How are you? I gotta pick Scott's brain when he's around.
I made your little TikTok.
I'm in here now if you can hear me.
Spinning
Oh
medallion.
yeah.
So I'm on frame 72.
Jesus Christ, dude. What kind of GPU do you have?
It's only a 2 second
Oh At 60 frames a second?
animation.
God bless you.
It's 119 frames, and it repeats. Yeah.
I love it. I fucking love it. Goku, what's going on, brother?
It is actually rendering with. It's rendering with the actual like ray traced shit too. So.
Oh my god.
it's going all out.
Oh my fuck. I love it.
It's the standard 3D modeling render.
That is amazing. That is amazing. I'm gonna have to 3D print it. I'm gonna buy a 3D printer in the near future, and I'm gonna 3D print it. Scott, are you around?
Well, it's not.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. What was that
It's
box?
not really a 3D printable. It's
I'll
not
make it.
like I didn't.
I'll figure it out.
A while, but yeah, you can.
I'll figure.
But it's just going from the 2D image to the 3D. It was a pain in the ass just to get the things to line up. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna make it a flat image.
I love it. I love it. Scott, that's really you?
Yo, brother. That's fucking me.
That's some fucking shit. That's amazing,
Yeah,
dude.
I was trying to send you a super chat earlier, but YouTube kept blocking it. And what I was going to mention is that my YouTube channel has over 100,000 subscribers. I'm kind of blocked throughout most of the world, but not here in the United States and Canada. And what I was going to do is I was going to start pitching my subscribers to, invest in AMC. I think I owe them something over the years. Might be a good opportunity for them. At the same time, I would introduce them to your channel, which would super increase your subscribership like fucking overnight.
I don't deserve that.
Oh look, man, we all deserve everything that comes our way as long as it's all good.
Yeah, right.
No fucking bad.
Yeah. I mean, I've always been raised to have a good heart and to not be a cunt. I would be careful with the pitch idea. I think it would be cool to see a video of how market mechanics correlate with the world of physics, because that's something that has always helped with my intuition within markets. Is a lot of the basic Newtonian laws. For every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, and things like inertia, you see a lot of universal concepts in science terms, not ubiquity. You see a lot of universal physical concepts propagate within markets because ultimately it's just a reverberation of what the market is built upon, which is the universe. Did you ever? I don't remember if it was a speech or what it was exactly, but Neil deGrasse Tyson had noted how the chemical distribution within humans is the same of that as the rest of the universe, where, and I'll get a few of these wrong, but human chemical composition ranges from oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, magnesium, or magnesium is not a fucking chemical or element, but the distributions of those are the exact same as that of a solar system, as that of...
That's correct.
Yeah, and it just amazes me that alone, that realization alone, but then when you extrapolate that idea of equidistributed concepts, or equidistributed, whatever, I don't even know if that's a word, but I believe that you see that a lot across every avenue, every layer that's been built on top of the universe, right? So I think I would love to see a video like that. And then obviously,
I mean, it all resorts to, if you've ever heard the term, star children. I mean,
yeah.
Where do you think we all came from? I mean, you can go into the religious belief of creation, but when you try to mix science and religion, you end up in a conflict.
Right.
But me and my wife, we come from completely different avenues. I mean, I am a science buff. I'm also, a marketing connoisseur and an investor for 30 plus years.
Right.
But she's a brainiac. She's originally from South Africa. She's Portuguese.
Wow.
Huh. And she had stumbled onto my YouTube channel back in 2016 because she had started noticing some different things with our atmosphere and the climate change and things that were occurring, because we monitor the sun, we monitor all earthquake activity, the weather, all of that shit. And she just out of the blue sent me an email with a hypothesis that she had, and we started working on some concepts through Google Hangouts. Oh yeah. And she started writing me papers.
Yeah.
Just about every day based on my subject.
Huh.
And then I would read those papers in a YouTube video. And she was kind of behind the scenes at the time. And unfortunately, she was a professor of physics at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, in Johannesburg, 17 years.
Wow.
And
wow.
I deal with before I used to deal with a lot of very sophisticated government trolls from the UK, Australia, and the United States. And I'm talking the fucking high level trolls, not these pimple faced pukes that sit in their mother's basement. And somehow, some way, they found out who she was.
Huh.
And in a matter of weeks, they ended her professor career of 17 years.
Wow.
Just when she was just getting ready to speak at a physics convention in South Africa. All of the top physicists from around the world, they gather for a week every July. And she had submitted 3 papers based on my subject matter. And out of the 3 papers that she submitted, the body had picked her to speak and present 2 of those papers, which is fucking unheard of.
Wow.
And that was supposed to kick off on July 3rd 2017.
Wow.
But she never made it there because within a matter of days, her life was threatened, and they were zapping her with microwave energy. So I had to get her out of the country, and I had to put her on a flight immediately, and bring her to the United States and kind of protect her, or else, somebody with her brain and what she was about to expose to the physics body around the world was going to turn things upside down. So, it's a little freaky story. Has nothing to do with the stock market, but
yeah,
this is besides YouTube. This is what I do for a living. I've been a retired marketing and advertising executive. I retired in 2005 and picked back up on my investing. And I use all kind of programs and shit like that. And I have a huge office here in my house with green screens, a whole network server. But I've tried to get my wife involved in helping me with the stock market. And she's just like, she's like never interested in it,
Yeah.
But a few months ago, these people on Twitter, they were all trying to figure out what the real price of the AMC was, with the synthetic shares and blah, 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 blah. And I asked her to help me out with it. Gave her all of the information that I could.
Right.
And I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago. She did all the calculations, all the information that I could give her that I gathered from other people.
Mm.
And at that point in time, like 3 months ago, she came up with the figure of $1,624 per share at that time 3 months ago.
Wow.
So I'm sure there are some other factors that I didn't have information from that maybe would have swung that figure here or there.
Right.
But it's real hard to say, I have friends that still work system, and I really can't talk too much about.
You have friends that still work what?
Within the markets.
Oh, I got
I
you.
I really can't. They're not stockbrokers or anything like that.
Right.
I have a very good friend of mine in New York City that I used to do a lot of business with. He's a list broker, but his son, his son's an MIT graduate, and he's a fucking math savant.
What year, if I can ask?
When did his son graduate?
Yeah.
MIT 2005.
Oh, okay. One of my cousins actually was a graduate from there.
This fucking kid's amazing, but he has no personality.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, it's a sad. Yeah. Still fucking stellar though. That.
But I was talking to Vic. Oh, maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, beginning of the summer. And I was telling, Vic's a multimillionaire anyways, but, I was telling him, I said, hey, listen, man, maybe you ought to take some money and invest it into this AMC. It's going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah. He goes, his son still lives at home. Well, they live in a fucking $15 million
right.
Manhattan apartment.
Right.
But he said, he goes, He goes, a couple weeks ago, my son was mentioning that stock at the dinner table. And he was telling me that he was writing algorithms for the company that he works for. And I can't mention the company. I don't want to get the fucking kid fired.
No,
but it's one of our, it's one of our nemesis.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So.
Well, if I get suicided, all of you know who to contact.
I know, right? But I asked him, I said, well, listen, man, do me a favor. We've done a lot of business over the years. I've probably put $50 million in your fucking pocket. Why don't you pick your kid for me, or your kid's brain for me? He goes, oh, Scott, I can't do that. That's all proprietary stuff. And I said, oh, come on, Vic. What the fuck?
What the fuck, man?
He goes, even though my kid would tell me something, he goes, I wouldn't be able to understand it. He goes, I'm old school. So, there are things that look, we all know that the high frequency trading, it rolls the market.
Yeah.
The flow trade that I got you keyed into.
Mhm.
I was gonna tell you I'd like to get on a call with you so I can show you some of the quick options on there. You can replay the whole day in real time. So after the day's over, you can click the replay button and you could replay either the high frequency trading or the dark pool trading.
Right.
Now, a friend of mine tipped me off to this flow trade program. They're the only ones that have the dark pool data. Everybody else can show you the high frequency trading, but Flow Trade's proprietary program has the dark pool data as it is happening. So if you go in the upper right hand corner, there's a few buttons up there, and one says replay. Now, the little pink lines and the pink bars to the left, those are showing you the exact dates of large block trades.
That's weird that they're
that
happening
price.
at the beginning of the day.
Yeah. And you can go back 30 days. You could go back anywhere from 1 to 30 days on the block trades.
Right.
So if you
Chad, do you know when the reverse repo goes live? When they finalize that day's agreement? Sorry, Scott, didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, it's okay.
You're good now. I just wanted to ask Chad.
Now you can change that yellow line, which is the high frequency trading. If you go to the upper left button where it says right next to the AMC, the little blue button, little drop down menu.
Oh, shit.
You can change that to dark pool or combo. I use the dark pool when I want to see what the fuck they're doing.
Huh.
Now the dark pool, the dark pool data is normally what I use. Now I used it for 5 days already. I'm up $9,000.
Good shit.
So, my normal weekly intake on my day trading and scalping, it ranges between 3,500, 5,500. This put that extra cash in my pocket instantaneously because I'm able to stay ahead of what the price action is doing.
Right.
So you don't follow the price action because the price action is misleading.
It's just a derivative. Of what,
exactly. So they have a button on this program that is the divergence.
Yeah,
so,
I have that turned on right here. I see.
Exactly.
And that's why I was wondering if this is when the reverse repo would kick in.
It's possible. It's possible. So while you guys were on with Keith on Friday, I had this fucking program running in the background while you guys were on with Keith. And Keith's numbers were spot on. But see, he can't see into the future.
Right.
So with putting this together with Keith reading these numbers, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're never going to be able to crack all of their fucking codes because they have a lot of them. They have so many. They have more quant mathematicians working for them than they do stockbrokers.
Oh yeah.
It's not a loud stockbroker room. Sell that motherfucker. Right. It's quiet.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of nerds at computers now. That's what my buddy Vic's son says. It's so quiet, Dad. You could hear a pin drop. You just hear the keyboards going.
Yeah.
There's nobody yelling, sell that motherfucker. Sell.
Right.
So we're dealing with a totally different monster nowadays with investing.
Right.
I mean, I've been doing it for, 25 plus years. For me, it kind of comes natural. I do my little DD, but I'm a day trader, I'm a swing trader, and I scalp a lot of different stocks.
Right.
But I got into AMC right when the pandemic hit, because I was like Gordon Gekko. I was looking for fucking companies that were going to be affected by the pandemic,
Right.
and movie theaters and restaurant corporations were my first two picks.
Right.
So when I saw AMC go down into the 190s, I said, "Oh, holy fuck!"
Yeah.
I had a spare 200, I had a spare 200 grand sitting in my Fidelity account, so I bought 50,000 shares. Been sitting on it ever since. So I mean, right now, I could sell that AMC, I think, for a little over $2 million.
Yeah.
I could sell it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
But I'm not like desperate for money.
Yeah.
I want to crush these fuckers.
Yeah.
Because they deserve it. I've never been into shorting companies to the point where you short them into bankruptcy. To me, that's un-American, unpatriotic. That's fucked up.
Yeah. Yep.
And we see it more and more. And I mean, that's how these pigs make their money. It's unfortunate, but
predatory short selling. Yeah.
And I don't even short. I don't even buy puts. I mean, I don't know. It's just part of my ethics. I just don't.
Yeah. No,
I could make.
No. It's no, I totally get it. I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
But I think with all of the intelligence out there, between you and between you.
Right. Oh, don't do that to me. Yep.
No, man.
Somebody to the back of the head. It was a suicide. It was a suicide.
Listen, man. Some of these fucking YouTube twits, they really get on my nerves.
Oh, you're telling me.
I mean, they just go over the same shit day after day. But are they actually helping you? Not really.
No, it's obviously talk is good. It's good to have people become aware of potential opportunities, and they evaluate it, and it becomes a part of their discretion. But unfortunately, there just is too much shit out there nowadays, and that's just kind of been one of my things, is to try to be as real as possible,
Yeah, I mean, look, I've looked into Trey Collins. I've investigated Matt Kors. Between the two of them, they each make between about 400. I mean, I know exactly what they do. You know what I mean? I mean, they're
but
a
just out of
personality.
respect to them. Yeah, just out of respect to them.
But
if we were in
what
private,
this community, Yeah, I understand. What this community needs, I mean, if you want to bring all of these new retail investors into the game, you can't just go after them for, "Oh, okay, I got a hot stock tip for you here, buy this. Just give me your money." You got to teach them. You got to educate them.
Knowledge is power.
Exactly, man. I mean, that's my saying on my YouTube channel. The minute they snatch that knowledge from you, they removed your power. They removed you, period.
Right.
And I mean, I think a lot of these YouTube personalities, because they have the platform, and yeah, they could do their little stock analysis every day, but, pick a subject matter, teach people how to read candles.
Yes.
Teach people how to analyze charts. Take, a 10-minute, 20-minute, 15-minute video. And, I mean, let's face it, you're being paid good money. Teach people, and I try to teach people. I mean, that's a lot of what I do on my Twitter.
That on your channel. There's a lot of educational stuff just on your YouTube channel alone.
Oh yeah, listen, it's that YouTube channel. I've been looking into that subject since I was in college at the University of Miami. I had a theology professor that I don't know. One day he just started talking about Planet X. I'm like. And I've always been a space buff, but I'm like, what the hell's he talking about?
I've heard that before. Planet X.
I mean, this goes all the way back to the 1930s.
Planet X. The fuck was Planet X?
I mean, nobody knew what it was. I mean, the 1930s, the infamous astronomer Percival Lowell was trying to find something out there that was perturbing other planets through gravitational pull.
Oh, right.
And then after he passed away, his assistant discovered Pluto. and its little sister planet beyond it. But I didn't know nothing about that. My professor started talking about this article that came out in the newspapers, the New York Times, in 1983. I think I was in fucking 10th grade.
Right. Right.
And and they claimed that they had found it, but it was so far away. All it was a small glimpse of light. So I got real interested in it, but back then, there weren't, the internet wasn't around. The computers weren't like they were. Information sources weren't like they were. Then when I retired, I picked back up on it, and I really, really, really started to dig hard. And in 2007, I got an email from a New York Times reporter. And I can't mention her name because she still works there. But somebody that worked within the JPL, which is the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the JPL part of NASA, they had leaked a coronagraph video to her. And a coronagraph, it's there's two spacecraft that orbit with the Earth, one on the left, one on the right. And they have high-powered telescopes, cameras that view the sun.
Oh, right, corona. Yeah. Okay.
Coronagraphs, yeah.
Yep.
And one's called Stereo A, the other's called Stereo B. And the video that was leaked to her showed an object larger than Jupiter whip around the sun in 7 days and shoot back out. And I have that video. She leaked that to me. And soon after that, NASA developed a story that that coronagraph spacecraft was decommissioned. It had a problem. It's still out there orbiting, but it's no longer transmitting to NASA. But Stereo A is its counterpart.
But it requires that binocular vision, so to speak.
Well, no, you could. They're each separate. You can see different views.
Wealth?
Stereo A looks at it from looks at the sun from.
This is the mother of all short
I guess what I meant is like the reason why humans have depth perception is because of binocular vision. That's why.
Oh yeah. Well,
and that's sort of the effect that was created by having both of those satellites orbiting, but because one is now quote unquote decommissioned.
They both see separately from these different views. But what I'll do is I'll DM you the link.
Don't get
we're
me
talking
so excited.
We're talking about James Webb and shit, right?
Webb. No, this is totally different than James Webb.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I came in a little late. I thought we were talking about James Webb and Hubble being used to create binocular vision.
Yeah, well, actually, the James Webb new satellite's still on the ground. They're going to be lifting that son of a bitch off pretty soon.
I was going to say, when the fuck does that? That's supposed to be this year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and then like since
COVID didn't affect that date.
And then since my discoveries, which I do now, I track this son of a bitch on a daily basis, and it now orbits our sun every 28 days. So the whole governmental bullshit about, quote, climate change is a complete false narrative. It has nothing to do with man messing up the climate. Man cannot do that. I've worked with some of the best climatologists and scientists from around the world on this subject matter secretly because they don't want their names out there, because what happened to my wife's career will happen to them. Like as we sit right now talking on this stream, there is no fucking ice in the North Pole. None. Zero. You can sail your ass on a ship right across the top of the pole over to the other side. All of that old ice is gone, and it's gone for a reason. If you've noticed the sudden changes in our weather, in our jet stream, heat intensity, cold intensity. It's because now the Earth is wobbling on its axis. It takes 365 days to complete that one wobble, but that one wobble is now exposing the Earth to the sun at 1 to 2 degrees difference.
Oh no, yeah, that translates to a
So,
lot.
so therefore, it took about 5 years for all of that ice in the North Pole to completely fucking melt. It's gone. It will never, ever come back. I'm talking about the old ice. It forms new ice during the seasonal change, but it's very thin. And it melts, well, probably starts melting around May. By June, July, it's gone. So that has completely fucked up our oceans. You know, I mean, I monitor all of this shit. I have a massive network of computers here in my office. It gets so hot in my office, I have to run fans over my air conditioning floor vent in my house.
Just mine Bitcoin.
Yeah, all right. I'll burn my fucking house down.
No, I'll burn the fucking ozone. Fuck that shit.
You know, but, you know, NASA's fucked with me. I've had the FBI here at my house twice, once in 2018 and once in 2019. You know, because we wrote a bunch of books on these subject matters and published them and, you know, all over the world. And they came knocking at my door on July 2nd, 2018. And, you know, I got high-tech cameras all around my house, inside and out. And I was just sitting here at my computer one afternoon, and next thing you know, I see this car pull up in my driveway. And I'm like, what the hell is that? And I zoomed in on the front license plate and it said, U.S. government.
Oh my God.
And
Wow.
these two guys got out of the car, walked up to my deck, knocked on the door, and you know, I answered the door through the camera. And I'm like, can I help you? And they looked up at the camera and they're like, yeah, we're here to see Dr. Claudia Elbers and Scott Cione. We're with the FBI.
Oh my God.
And they had one of my books in their fucking hand. And yeah, I said, sure, I'll be right there. Yeah. So I opened up the door, you know, they came in and, you know, they gave us the bullshit scare tactic that, you know, we've upset a lot of the people at NASA, blah, 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 blah. You know, this information has been debunked. And I'm like, it has not been debunked. Get the fuck out of my house. Take off. And then they said, look, we suggest that you don't make any more YouTube videos. Don't write any more books. And just do what you do. Stay in retirement, Scott. You know, look, I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks. I'm completely different from my wife. You know, she grew up in a very, very, you know, educated household.
Right.
Me, I grew up in a mafia family. So,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
big difference.
So if it's not
Big
the
difference.
government suiciding me, it'll be you. I can accept that.
No, man, no, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Yeah, I kicked them out of my house. You know, I said, listen, man, I'm working on another book right now. It was going to be done in about 6 weeks. But since you fuckers have motivated me, I'm going to sit down and I'm going to put about 14 hours a day into this son of a bitch, and I'm going to get it published ASAP. And when I do, I will call you, because he gave me one of his business cards, one of the agents. And I did just that. It was like 2 weeks later. We finished the book. I got it published. And I called him up on his cell phone, this agent, whatever the fuck his name was. And I said, hey, listen, this is Scott Cione. How are you? He goes, yeah. I got your number on in my phone there, Scott. I knew it was you. He goes, what can I help you with? I said, well, look, I just wanted to let you know that I just published our 7th book. Yeah, we're reading it right now.
That's a hell of a fucking wow. Yeah, that turned around really fucking fast.
Oh
wow.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, look, man, it's like everything that we see in the media, and as my wife puts it, everything that we were ever taught in science, in school, as children and teenagers, is somewhat kind of wrong.
I've never been a fan of it.
No.
I can't discredit all of it.
No, not all of it, but there's a very, very, very large portion of it that just doesn't make sense. And my wife is real religious, and she found passages within the Bible that talk about, that don't talk about the moon in the sky. So, was the moon there all along? Was the moon, part of a massive explosion, and all of a sudden this rock got caught in the orbit with Earth, or was it placed there? Because the moon, in its orbit and the size of the moon compared to the size of the Earth, are the only two stellar objects that exist like that we know of. And if it wasn't for the moon, well, there's a lot of things that we wouldn't have on this earth. Period. And she found passages about it in the Bible, in the Old Testament, that talk about the appearance, how the moon just appeared in the sky. And things changed. So again, that's what she refers to as far as,
you
not everything they
putting
teach you
Moon
in
Gang in the
school.
chat. Fuck you. It
Yeah,
all
I
makes
know.
sense.
Somebody asked me about Graham Hancock's. I know Graham. I know all these people.
Wait, that's
Yeah.
as in Graham's number?
Graham Hancock's.
Right, Graham's number?
I
Is that
know.
the guy-
I know him.
Wait, the same guy who came up with Graham's number.
Graham's number. I'm not familiar with Graham's number.
It's I think the biggest number to. Graham's number is an immense number that arose as an upper bound on the answer of a problem in a mathematical field of Ramsey theory.
My wife would probably know about that shit.
Right. Who the fuck is Graham Hancock? Hancock? Graham
Yeah, he's kind of like
writer.
He's kind of like me. He's
He's
he's an investigator, researcher, author.
Yeah. All this shit is like, I'm too fucking balls deep in all of less existential stuff, I guess. I don't know how to put it respectfully. Yeah, that's just a lot. That's fucking.
Oh, it is too, man. It is. It's real hard to explain to somebody within just a normal conversation. Like all of my subscribers on my YouTube channel, and my wife has her own YouTube channel, but unfortunately, for the last 2 years, something once again has occurred, and she's been just very, very ill. Really nothing that doctors can pinpoint. And I don't know. I don't know if she's been, again, targeted or what, somehow, some way. But
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
yeah, and it's not like it's anything that she's ever going to get better. I think they did some permanent damage. So she doesn't write anymore. She would normally write 2 to 3 reports per day and do videos on those reports. And all of a sudden, her whole mindset changed. Severe fatigue. And she's a hardcore vegan. She's in excellent shape for a 54-year-old woman. And it's just weird that happened to her and not me. I have the big mouth, not her.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's but now, I just got word about 6 months ago that, I don't know why YouTube keeps me around. Because, YouTube has gone through so much of that censorship crap over the past couple of years. They have messed with me quite a bit. But then all of a sudden, they gave me free reign once again. No censoring, return my monetization, new subscribers, no trolls. And then I got word from a individual that the reason why is because they want to see my daily, weekly, monthly research. Not YouTube, but, others.
Right.
They want to see how I make my discoveries each and every week and track this object. And, my wife helped me work out the actual size of this fucking thing. It's about 5 times the size of Jupiter. And it's not a planet either. It's not a brown dwarf star like other people have hypothesized before. It's what we refer to as a stellar core. It's a burned out star. And what we're dealing with is the core, the leftover of that burned out star. And, things can travel from the center of our galaxy like hypervelocity stars, hypervelocity planets that get kicked out of the center of the galaxy, and they just
Does it
zip
ever reach
through space.
superluminality?
What's that?
Does it ever reach superluminality?
No, that's one of the issues. It does not produce light.
No, I meant
black.
does its speed ever exceed that of the speed of light?
To tell you the truth, these hypervelocity planets and stars, science has said that they've, estimate their speed at approximately 1 million miles per hour, that they're zipping through space unimpeded. And they could end up anywhere. So it's just like a comet or an asteroid. When they get caught in the sun's gravity as they come in, they will either loop around the sun and then come back another day, or the sun will destroy them and they'll get sucked right in.
Could they ever slingshot?
They do. Like a lot of these large asteroids slingshot
but it stays
right
in the
around
orbit because it's that gravitational field is strong enough to keep it within the orbit, but still produce. Okay, I gotcha.
So when an astronomer at the U.S. Naval Observatory, they were tracking this Dr. Robert Harrington, and he built the IRAS. Well, they were responsible for the IRAS telescope, a big infrared telescope that they launched into space, and they claimed that they got a small glimpse of it when it was very, very, very far away and below our solar system, below the ecliptic. And he went to New Zealand, to a very southern point on this planet, to a small observatory with a telescope that he built and they installed in this observatory in New Zealand. And he was there to try to capture or monitor this object. And then one day he did capture it. And, back then there wasn't the relay of information on the information superhighway like we have it now. He made a phone call to the U.S. Naval Observatory reporting in on what he found. And then he made the biggest mistake of his life when he called his wife. And he told his wife what he found and what his fears were for the next approximately 50 years. And that phone call cost him his life, because he was not supposed to have any outside contact with anybody like that revealing information. Well, they had his phone tapped. So they listened to his whole conversation. A few days later, he was dead. And he was pronounced dead of esophageal cancer. But yet the man never smoked a cigarette in his life. He was in perfect health. And before he left for New Zealand, he had a complete physical from the Navy. And they never returned they did return his body, but it was, I think, about 4 months later, they returned his body to his wife.
You got the old JFK autopsy.
Yeah. So back in 2018, I had a chance to interview his wife off the record. I got in touch with one of their daughters, and she agreed to put me in touch with her mom. And off the record, I interviewed her on
Just a
that
reminder,
subject.
this is a live stream, by the way, so please don't say anything that would put you
Oh,
in
no.
harm's way or myself.
No. But she told me about the conversation that she had with her husband on that day, and that his fears about what we're actually going through right now on this planet is the severe climate change, the oceans rising, the hurricanes getting stronger, tornadoes getting larger, winters getting more severe, droughts getting more severe. These were all of her husband's issues, because he was already plotting the trajectory of this object, and he figured, okay, you know what? It's going to be coming directly into our solar system between Venus and the sun, which means the sun may capture it. And that's exactly what it did. And that's the coronagraph video that I have from 2017 was the beginning of the sun drawing it in. And as the years went by, the orbital path shrunk, smaller and smaller and smaller. And it took me 3 years to finally figure out and plot its 28-day orbit now. So that's how I'm able to capture it on the coronagraphs twice a month. And it's crazy. People fucking don't believe it, but when they see my evidence, and I give crystal fucking clear evidence, I don't, one of my saying is, look, I'm going to give it to you straight. I don't sugarcoat shit and call it candy. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to tell you exactly how it is. I could predict the damn hurricanes. I could predict their pathways better than meteorologists now with all the shit and software that I have. So it's crazy. But I want to make my money on this deal first.
Right.
We're not, we're by no means are we looking at the end of the world. We're just looking at having to adapt to just new ways of life. There's going to be pieces of land on this planet that will not exist anymore, and then there will be pieces of land that will just come right up. Just like in New Zealand last week, or not New Zealand, Greenland. A piece of land, ice melted, and a piece of land just came right up out of the ground that's been there for eons. It made the news, but nobody pays attention to it because they're all involved in this fucking politics.
Right.
Other things. We just need to make our money and put all these beautiful minds together, figure out what the market's doing, and make this money, live out your days to the best of your ability.
Right.
And we'll be back again.
That's
I don't know.
what
I think
it's all about, dude.
I think I'm on my 5th life now or some shit.
That's some fucking that's some crazy shit.
Yeah, I produced I don't know, like 2,700 videos. But off that subject, if you want to toy around with that flow trade come Tuesday, if you're watching it in real live time, it may take you about 5 days to watch the flow and maybe put it together with what you've been doing over the last couple of weeks. Because these patterns that you found, I notice some of what you put together, not as in such detail as you have, but I noticed, because I swing trade and I day trade, so I'm looking for these patterns, know. But your detail was, as we say, off the fucking chart.
Right.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Excellent material.
Thank you.
And I think a lot of these boob tubers, they ought to stop their fucking cheerleading and pay more attention, because I consider what you're doing like this is scientific data.
Yeah. That's
data never lies,
Right.
That's what the stock market goes by. By data.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I'm trying to treat it as. And I was saying earlier that I feel that if people who are a part of the research and the just anybody that's a part of the community, I wish that if they held the work that's being done by people like myself and others to the esteem of that occurs in the scientific communities, that we would have probably squeezed by now had people valued rather if people had navigated this entire thing in the process of research, in the process of due diligence, is that of the way scientists
Astro's a fucking rock star, baby.
Yeah, sensible. Thank you for the 10, brother.
Yeah, could you imagine though if you brought in, or if we were able to capture the attention of some other really good scientific minds that were able to take a look at your data and your research and analyze it, add to it. Lord only knows what we would probably break the fucking system.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised. I was saying this the other day to my wife. We were sitting down for dinner, and I said, this young guy on YouTube. I said, you got to watch him. I said, I'm surprised he's still on YouTube, and one of these massive hedge funds haven't sucked him up yet into a job. Because I mean, if you think about it,
thank you, man.
Hackers, when they get busted, they are offered a job with the government or with big, massive cyber firms.
So you almost had it completely right. It's either they get offered a job and take it, or start getting other types of jobs in prison.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
And I play around a little bit, on the dark web, because I have some folks that I get information
He got
from
sucked
on
up
my
2 nights ago. We saw the morning after. I don't know if you follow my fucking Twitter or not. Shut the fuck up, chat.
Yeah.
It was worth the drive.
It's interesting, man. And don't let this negative bullshit, these people make these dumbass comments. You're looking at jealousy, and you're also looking at psychological warfare.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And when the trolls would try the psychological bullshit on me, I would simply make really nasty comments about their mother. And then I would see that they were bots.
Yeah.
Because they weren't able to respond to it.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, listen, can you do me a favor? I just mailed your mama a nice new set of knee pads. Tell her to wear them next time she comes to my house.
Timothy Franklin donated $123. Just wanting to show some love for everything I've learned on this stream. Good shit, brother. Your fractals blew my mind. Keith's Rain Manning blew my mind. Can't wait for Tuesday.
Holy fucking goddamn fuck. Timothy fucking Franklin. I don't know if you were trying to put in $1.23 or $12.30.
What did he put in? I missed it.
123 fucking goddamn dollars.
Oh yeah, he meant to put that in. That's no fucking mistake.
Thank you.
Oh, trust me, dude.
Much.
Trust me, the money that people contribute, and I don't even want to call it a donation, I call it a contribution, because that's exactly what it is. If you take a look at the amount of time that you invest as a professional, well, what would they be paying a professional? They'd be paying them $100 an hour.
Yeah.
And guess what? They'd be losing money.
It's just extremely humbling, and
I mean, people have done it for me also, and I always tell them, look, I don't need the money. You folks keep your money, but I'm not supplying them with, me and you are two totally different characters on YouTube.
Right.
What you're doing is just absolutely incredible. And listen, man, I watch a lot of these freaks on YouTube. I mean, buy my package.
Oh, I hate it.
$1,299.
I'll give you a fucking package.
Yeah, right. And then so many of these. And look, I was in marketing and advertising for 25 years. I read through that bullshit. So, oh my God, I'm like, please, people, don't buy that crap.
Yeah.
Okay, the Lambo that the guy standing in front of, he rented it.
Yeah.
Okay, the fucking house, he rented it.
Yeah.
Jesus God.
It's I had a little bit of time, not professionally speaking, but I have done marketing-esque type things before, and I've just researched into it, just out of muse, and yeah, it's amazing if you even take an hour, if you fucking get drunk and buy Taco Bell and the next morning you're on the toilet and take the time to read, that amount of time that you're going to be defecating absolute horrors. If you spent that time reading into marketing tactics and, the dopamine points that are targeted, it's astounding, man. And you quickly pick up on what is predatory marketing. It's really just a fucking...
Absolutely. Look, I mean, I've studied psychologists. My mom was a psychology professor, so I got kind of stuck in that household. And, I told you about my father, but I don't want to discuss him. But, I came out of college in 1991. From the University of Miami, a business major and marketing. And I came out of college at the precise, most beautiful time of the .com era. And I went to work for a top-notch marketing company in Miami. And I was smart, and I was eager, and I took the technology that was still being developed minute by minute, each and every day. And my first year with this company, I was able to bring in, this is no bullshitting lie, $50 million in revenue. Little cubicle that they gave me. And I started working with another dude that I was in college with, creating banner advertising, the fucking shit you're getting paid for on YouTube now, that you see on every stinking website everywhere. And we started selling it to websites.
What are you doing, step
bro?
Fucking, what the fuck? Hold on.
Ad
Timothy Frank
revenue,
donated
baby.
$111.
Oh, Timothy Franklin.
No, I meant to type 100.
Sent you the triple ones. That's good luck.
It's meant to help support the stream. I've learned more on your stream than I've ever learned from classes or anything.
What the fuck? Dude! Stop it! What the fucking good fuck? Timothy! Thank you so fucking much. What the fucking goddamn fuck?
Timmer!
What the fuck? Thank you. Wow. Okay.
I mean, look, man, you're really helping people. You're keeping them in the loop. You know, keeping that dream alive, and also teaching at the same time, which is good.
Yeah,
I don't see that too often, on these boob tubers.
It's wow. Okay.
You know what? One thing I want to know. There's one thing I want to know, and I've been trying to find out, and I've asked this question numerous times. I want to know who does Matt Kors' eyebrows. Who does his eyebrows? Them damn things are so fucking perfect. It blows me away. And when I watch one of his videos, which is rarely, I'm fixated on his eyebrows. I can't help it.
What the fuck?
Probably his boyfriend.
That's possible. Oh shit! I don't mean to be, I don't mean to pick on the kid. I mean, I'm all about fashion and stuff too, But I do my own. Fuck. While I'm cracking on these guys, I sent a message to Trey one day, and I said, "Listen, man,
okay over there, brother? No, he's done.
Yeah,
He's done.
we like Trey. We like Trey.
Yeah, I like Trey too,
Oh,
but
shit. With that fucking tone of voice. Oh no, here we go.
But I said to him, I said, listen, you have to slow down, brother. And when you're talking like that in your introduction, I can't understand a word that you're saying. I mean, it's all good and probably, part of your whole persona on YouTube. And the cat gotta go.
Oh no.
And then I said, here's another thing too. I said, trust me, when it comes to forming a personality on TV, because I've done commercials and the whole 9 yards.
Trey's a good one.
You have got to get rid of that laugh. That I can't do it. I turned the video off right then and there. I can't take it.
No, motherfucker, no.
Yeah, I cracked on him a couple times. He sent me a couple DMs back.
Trey,
laughing.
I love you.
Yeah, he's all right. He's a good dude. He's smart.
Roast me. No, share the hatred. Roast my dumbass.
Hey, listen, people make fucking fun of me too. Shit, I don't give a fuck. One day you're a shill, one day you're a fucking genius. It all depends on what mood bots you're in.
If you're not gonna roast me, chat roast me. Somebody roast me. I love you, Trey.
Who's that one group on Twitter they call Shill Team 6? What the fuck? Who the hell would want to be named that?
Somebody fucking roast me. Scott, if you're not gonna do it, chat has to. Timothy Franklin roast me. Only through donating.
Oh, I mean, I catch you first thing in the morning, because I get up at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm looking on YouTube. I'm like, is fucking Astro up yet? God damn it, son of a bitch, he's still sleeping. Next thing you know, you're up there, and I'm right in the middle of my fucking research on my charts and shit, and I'm listening to you in the background, and then my wife gets up, and I've got my speakers blaring, and like I said, she's real noble, and she's not like me. She doesn't swear. She's very religious and everything. Yeah. And she comes into my office and she says, she has like a British accent, and she comes in and she says, "Oh, Scott, can you please turn the volume down? That young man has a very foul mouth similar to you."
Oh, my fuck.
Oh, it's fucking hilarious, man. It's absolutely hilarious. And like I said, we're totally two different peas in a pod, but what are you going to do? I find it hilarious because then when she turns around and starts walking down the hall, I turn the fucking volume up even more.
My man.
Especially if you go on a rant. You know, and I've got some like big fucking stereo speakers for my computer system, so it rumbles the walls. You know, and I told her one day, I said, Claudia, I said, listen, he's very fucking talented. Not only is he smart and he's a genius, he fucking plays guitar and likes the same music that I do. Oh God, that rock and roll.
Oh my fucking God. That's
Yeah, I tried to
where all the R&R band started from. You had the Stones, you had the fucking goddamn The Who, you had Zeppelin,
Like I'm a big Doors fan, you know, so usually sometime during the afternoon I'm in here, you know, I'm
Somebody wanted to get roasted earlier?
Roast me, motherfucker.
Eat a fucking goddamn cheeseburger, man. My fucking team name for my esports team is literally Creatures, and you're ready to take my fucking role off the team. And how about you get a fucking more than 2 hours sleep for once the bags under your eyes look like they're fucking ready to cave into your skull?
He totally just took fucking 20 minutes to come up with that shit, you fucking loser.
Nah, no, all night.
Yeah, I don't sleep very much either anymore, man. Shit, for probably the last year, maybe like 3 hours a day.
Yeah.
Like I was at a
I
goddamn.
say that all with love, by the way, even though it didn't sound loving.
I know you do. Fuck Knuckle, I love you too.
No, it's Moose Knuckle. Moose Knuckle. I'm Canadian.
No, fuck you. Fucking goddamn fuck Camel Noose Knuckle.
Camel Moose.
You know what, man? I was at a wedding last night, and there was a few broads on the dance floor that had that moose knuckle going on.
A few broads on the dance floor.
I couldn't. I'm sitting there at my table, and I'm like, will you please get that out of my fucking face? I mean, and on top of that, I was sitting there eating a plate of, how's that called? Shit. I just ate the rest of it. The beef brisket. So I had a plate of fucking bloody roasted brisket, sliced thin. It looked like chipped ham, and then I got moose knuckle to my left over here, popping, locking right next to me, and then she started to twerk.
Oh God!
And that was it. That was it for me. I told my wife, I'm like, that's it. We're going. Barbecued brisket on the dance floor. She had a pretty face, though. As we say back here, you know, I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so you know, I'm sure you guys have probably heard this term before, but you know, there was a few others out there on that dance floor that had that butter face. Oh man.
Oh no. See you guys on Twitch.
Yeah, I might be going to Twitch soon.
Oh, you'll be good to go.
This shit.
YouTube hears my voice. You'll get fucking star ratings on this one. You'll be good to go. They know my voice.
No, just put on a bunch of watch lists and 2 in the back of the head and call it a suicide.
What the hell was that Keith said the other day? He fucked up a couple times.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When he made that one, referral. No, I'm not going to say it. But when he made that one referral, I start cracking up.
No.
How much, bitch? How much you donate?
He's a character, man. Where's he from?
Or maybe Steve Buscemi from that movie Airheads. P.S. I don't sleep either. I take naps. Lol. Ninja foot, not moose knuckle.
Astro, you look like Lieutenant Dan, or maybe Steve Buscemi from that movie Airheads.
Oh, that's fucked up. So how many of these people out there, because I see a lot of people on Twitter, you know, saying that they don't sleep anymore. So this may be some kind of AMC syndrome. Like nobody fucking sleeps.
Yeah, no, it's yeah. I mean, it just fucking
Sleep is for after the Moas.
Yeah, basically.
Shit, I ain't gonna sleep after that Mo ass. I already fucking ordered my goddamn brand new McLaren.
That's
although,
what's that?
Although I did find a used one, man. I found a used one, 2018, 8,000 miles, 195,000. I think I'm gonna take that one.
Oh my god.
I'll lose my license again. Fuck.
Worth it. Worth it. Fucking I'm either gonna get a GTR or an R8.
Oh, that's what I'd love. I'd love a GTR. Yeah, I'm a Harley guy, motorcycle dude, and I love fucking cars, man. I love classic cars, muscle, American muscle.
Yeah.
I'm gonna definitely I don't know, I'm probably gonna buy a fleet of motorcycles, definitely a fleet of muscle cars. I'm gonna have a special garage built for them, like Jay Leno. I'll be the Jay Leno of the East Coast, without the big chin.
No, that's where all the fucking ratings come from.
Yeah, but I did notice that, man. All these people on Twitter, they're like, "Oh, I can't sleep. I'm on Twitter. I'm trying to find more DD out here."
Like you're gonna get that shit from a fucking Twitter feed.
Oh my god, hell no. Hell no. Some of the shit these people come up with. You want to talk about conspiracies? Hey, have you guys looked into what this one dude's talking about, these BDRs from Brazil?
I haven't had time to go over it yet.
I looked at a little bit of it, but it was it did catch my eye. It did catch my attention on a little bit, but I didn't have time to go into a lot of his information. But it's definitely suspicious. Weird.
Hey, Daddy.
Oh, shit. Yeah, there's what the fuck? There's a lot to unravel with that. There's the semantics of the conversion ratio of US dollars to whatever the fuck Brazil uses as their currency, and how that appears to be proportionate in share amounts, which makes sense. But
yeah, the real. The Brazilian real.
Oh, okay, yeah, that. So, but then, yeah, no, it's very odd. It's very odd.
You want me to tell you the story about the time I had 2 Brazilian strippers living with me?
Oh shit!
No, I'm
see you motherfuckers on Twitch.
Somebody was asking in the chat, can I tell the stories about my father? Unfortunately,
no,
I can't. I can't go into that. It causes me too much pain.
Well, fucking just that's your personal life, and so it shall remain personal unless you
just watch Goodfellas. That's it. All you gotta do. Just watch Goodfellas. Case closed. That's it. Oh shit! I dropped my fucking one hitter. Hold on. Where the fuck did it go? Oh. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine. I think I'm gonna try to take an hour and code this fractal finder, and then I'm gonna jump back into Discord. This has been on my list. Basically, it's just a.
Yeah, man. Rub one out real quick and take a long nap and.
No, that's later. Extended ad break. No, I'm almost at a good point here, so I'm gonna try to do this. I'll be back in like about an hour. I'm still gonna be streaming, but I just need like silence, so to speak.
Yeah, man, do your thing. Very important work. Hey, it was good talking to you. And if you have any questions about that flow trade, well, fuck, you'll figure that out. It ain't,
no, man, I fucking appreciate it, brother.
But take this upcoming week, Tuesday through Friday, and if you got time, sit there, watch that thing run, And remember, you could take screenshots if you need, and you could run that back and re-watch it.
Oh, no doubt.
And I use my OBS to record it, real
That's
quick.
A good idea. That's a good idea.
And then I keep analyzing it and checking it out. And like I said, man, it's put 9 G's in my pocket in my trading this past week, and it was my first 5 days using it. So, they have a YouTube channel. Yeah, they have a YouTube channel, and over on the left side on that menu bar, it says chat.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all of their professionals are in that Discord chat.
Uh-huh.
And listen, there's some smart people, real smart people in there, and they respond to you immediately. And I'm going to be straight up. I caught a few tips on Tuesday what they were doing, and I played them out.
Huh.
And it gave me that cha-ching noise. Cha-ching. Anyways, folks, good talking to you. Hopefully
Scott,
see you
thank
again.
you so much, man.
And good luck with what you're doing there on that coding.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Thank you. Thanks for
All right,
being
guys,
around
take
here.
care.
Thank you so much.
You got it.
Later, brother.
Yeah, you're getting Epsteined.
My God, it's finally over.
No, come on now. He's a character. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. I guess if you want to put it that way.
I mean, he's been around for a while, so I understand that his anecdotes are a little colorful.
Hyperbolic?
Dude, they microwaved his wife.
Hey,
what
no,
the
no, hey, whatever. It's the fact that his wife isn't doing well. I think the methodology of what has induced her illness is irrelevant. He sounds like a good guy. He's been around the stream for a long time, and I mean, I'm gonna respect him, and it's just not. It's not a gentlemanly move to try and make fun of anything that he talked about until it's just he's a good guy. I understand, but give him some respect.
Yeah, I respect it.
And on to current trends and charting and stock predictions.
I just I
just think there's a line that should be drawn when it comes to some of this kind of stuff he was talking about.
I can understand, but we were having a chat, and those listening, he was aware that there were people listening. So those who were listening, if you want to muse about it on your own time, great. But just give him some respect,
Yeah, we should get him and Keith to have some chats.
Again, I understand that there were some out there things he was talking about, but he's still a man. He's still human.
Keep in mind, a lot of this stuff that we're talking about here may seem out there to a lot of people as well.
Yeah. So even if some topics are seemingly eccentric, just remember that there is a human on the other end. So.
So I DM'd you in Discord so you can bring it up so everyone can see.
Oh no.
It should. Yeah, it should play if you play it on repeat. It should cycle perfectly. Hopefully.
Let's see. It took this long to render it. Can we make this an NFT?
I don't know if NFTs can be animated. Maybe. I don't know. I guess you could make the MP4 animated. Well, the MP4 an NFT. I was thinking it's rendered at 720, 720 by 720, so you should be able to like scale it down quite a bit and then just stick it in the corner and let it play constantly.
That's right in the cock and balls.
Oh my fuck.
Why is
I love it. I love it. Poon gang.
Shit. I think the conversion.
No, I slowed it down.
It was supposed. Okay. Well, I know. I mean, like the black background. It was supposed to be completely transparent, so it was only that. I don't know what happened.
Maybe I can chroma key it.
You probably could. Well, it might affect the outline, but I don't know. It runs at a 2-second. Yeah. But yeah, because it would disappear when it hit the halfway point or at the quarter point. Let me see if I can change that. Where is it? Scene. Oh, here we. Okay, let me redo this real quick.
Redo this?
I can make it.
You retard.
Transparent. There we go. And then file render animation. Do you want it to play slower? I can probably.
Sam Meth Cores. Oh my god.
Huh?
Oh no. Okay, I see. Someone in your chat. My bad. He said someone called Sam Meth Cores.
Let's.
Matt will see it and say, "Here, ducky, ducky."
Let's try. We'll do 30 frames per second and see if that should cut it in half.
Is this an actual script you're working on?
Yeah. The fuck do you mean? Is this an actual script that I'm working on?
It looks like a mix of notes from yesterday and a script. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, I turned this into a notepad.
God, what's with the attitude? I didn't need to be attacked over it. It was just a question.
Shut the fuck up, Matt. Yeah, no, it inadvertently became a notepad. It was a cross between a notepad and pseudocode.
Okay.
Hopefully that. Wait, what the fuck?
I'm trying to figure out the logic of how to identify a fractal exactly, and then I was thinking like track a rolling window of deltas between open closes, and then try to adjust for the noise that would distort those deltas, but then try to derive a constant.
I think we're trying a similar approach, like Sketch and a couple other dudes. Like it's just we're kind of more relying on the buy and sell pressure instead, like sort of level 2s rather than close and open.
Gotcha. Because it. I'm sorry. Let me clarify. This isn't. This is not Heath's thing that I'm working on right this second.
Yeah. No, I kind of realized
that. Fractals on this shit.
Though, if you plug in sort of Keith's logic into it, like he might be. That's what I was like kind of looking at. He might be onto something there.
So, give me your thoughts on
the level
that.
2s with the 2 and the secret.
What's up? What was that?
That is annoying. It doesn't allow RGB. Fuck.
So I'm saying that what Keith was saying yesterday about the level 2s.
Right.
Yeah. What about it?
No, is that what you're trying to plug in? With that?
Yes. Plug in that sort of law. I don't know if Astro is, but I feel like. Sorry.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
My bad. You're the host here.
No, you're good, brother. So right now I'm trying to identify fractal movements from various chart patterns to try and then establish what part of the cycle the chart would be in. But I think that Keith's discovery could be plugged into it at the micro level, so that as your price movements occur, you would then convert those to try and piece together the bigger picture. So the more Keith numbers you have, the more confidence that your prediction window would gain. So if the sequence of a fractal movement, let's see, if the sequence of a fractal movement is I don't know, we'll pick like a double Dorito, right?
Sure.
If it's up and then down, and you come down by, call it 75%, back up, so that now you're at what would that be? Drop 75% and then go up 75%, all relative to that initial movement, and then trace back down 75% of this movement, trace back up 75% based on this movement. If that denotes a double Dorito or a single Dorito, right? Then the pseudocode would be you go up a certain amount, that breaks the current trend, you drop 75%, retrace that 75%, drop 75% of that, right? Pseudocode that, and then try to establish what that margin is for each movement, and
You mean pseudocoding? Sorry, my understanding of language is like, I would say amateur at fucking best.
Oh, pseudocode is just, you're not actually writing the code, you're just denoting it.
Okay. It's exemplary.
Yeah. It would just be a placeholder, kind of, so to speak. You're denoting what the code structure would be as you're writing it.
Okay. I totally understand.
Okay. So I would basically pseudocode this and then try to validate its logic, convert it to code, and then once I understand that what each interval is. So you go up what would be 100% relative to the new trend. You then drop 75% of that, and then go up back to the original 75% line of the first movement, right? Capture this, and then try to relate that back to whatever Keith's numbers come out to be. If Keith's numbers are showing an incoming 100% move,
you just run it through the either a live database or historical, or both, actually.
Right. And to try to build a window to establish what part of the movement you're in.
Check. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So, yeah, it's just notes. It's not actual. Yeah.
As I said, I'm amateur as fuck, but at least I know enough to, you know what I mean, grasp it.
Firmly grasp it. Yeah.
Firmly grasp it.
So, I'm just trying to come up with a way of extrapolating the Keith numbers to figure out where a particular movement is at relative to a micro time frame to try to piece together a macro time frame. It's like reverse derivatives. Somebody's breathing into their mic real bad.
That might have been me.
Motherfucker.
I might have adjusted my mic to ask my questions.
My questions, brother. So the problem is, well, one, I imagine this goes off of fib ratios, but two, I'm trying to essentially figure out what exactly is a full fractal, and I think I know what it is, which is basically from January to like mid-January to the end of May, right before the June run up, I believe is an entire cycle. This would actually, I need your guys' help here.
Have you ever tried to make a formula like out of this, like
No,
an
no, no.
equation?
No,
Like
this is-
I don't know. Like I've been like sort of looking at it, and I think it might be handy just to start there to like sort of
Oh, I
like
love a handy.
make an yeah, love it. But maybe make an equation of the variables that you're trying to identify, like whatever example xxx equals fractal.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
might not be a
100%
bad
agree.
idea.
I want to do it right now, actually. If anybody's interested.
Well, I'm
obviously I want your
retarded,
help.
so I
Shut
as
the
good as
fuck
I
up.
am with coming up with the idea, now application.
Shut the fuck up. So I guess the thing that I want to do here is, if this is considered an entire fractal, then I need to come up with notation for it, as well as identifying components of it. Ashley, sound like you're describing the Wyckoff schematic trading patterns for AMC. Check it out. I've dug into it a little bit. Thank you for the
Astro,
fiber, by
you
the way.
sound like you are describing the Wyckoff schematic
So,
trading
I've
patterns
slowed it
for
down,
AMC. Check it out if you don't know.
to a
Super
fourth of the normal
interesting.
speed, and it should have an actual transparent background, hopefully.
Oh, I got it figured out. I just chroma keyed it, but I'll still take it.
Well, yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm aware that it's extremely Wyckofian. The issue that I run into, or the contention that I develop with the Wyckofian approach, is there's no factor of cyclicality. There's no cyclicality factor that, at least that I'm aware of.
I mean, there might be if you like put enough schematics together. That's sort of the idea that we have over on the other end of things. Is you can sort of you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. The thing that I'm getting at is Wyckoff does not account for, at least from the vanilla approach, does not account for the cyclicality that I've been trying to document with AMC and GME. So I'm trying to basically incorporate Wyckoff and cyclicality and come up with a constant.
I think that right there, what you just said, that's a big piece of the puzzle right there. Is
Right.
if we can create cyclicality out of like Wyckoff schemes, or sorry, models.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, or no, multiple schematics and shit like that. Yeah, no, I think you're onto something. I also think we might run into some sort of like problem where it becomes more complex, where they're trying to like infinitely fractal smaller and smaller. So we'll just see like Wyckoffs shrinking over and over again within Wyckoffs, and that's how they drag this thing out.
Exactly.
I know I'm butchering. I'm butchering
no,
this
that's
shit,
what it
but
is. That's no, you hit it right on the fucking head.
Alright. So I sent you a white chroma and then a GIF.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hopefully those will potentially fix issues.
Are you guys familiar with Elliott wave theory?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would think that there might be consistency with the 61.8% fib and the 38.2% fib. And that basically would be the high of the last candle and the low of the current candle times 0.382 and 0.618 respectively. And that might be able to give you a better direction as to what trend you're in or what section of the trend you're in, because that's how you predict Elliott wave theory. If you're in a leg 1 through 5, the impulse wave cannot be smaller than the corrective wave by 38.2% and 61.8%.
So let me propose.
So that might be giving you a direction.
I think Vega's onto something, but I feel like what he's describing is symptom rather than action. I feel like the
No, I
fractaling.
agree.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
it's just a hint. I don't think it's a full,
Well, yeah,
Can I
it's
propose
basically a
can I
byproduct of
propose
everything
a
else.
repost to
yeah, it's a
that?
natural byproduct. Exactly, Chomp, to like
Right.
literally water it down. Sorry, Astro.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. So
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to propose a repost to that and tell me if there's any validity to it. And per usual, I haven't really brought much attention to this. You're more than welcome to challenge me, and I ask that you challenge me. I don't want any superficial symptoms of oh, he's the YouTuber, or oh, he's the this, the that. Like,
Yeah, I don't give a fuck who
please.
you are.
Good, thank you. And fuck
I'm gonna
you.
rip you if I think you're an idiot.
Good. I appreciate that a lot. So please don't ever think that in general, but especially right now.
Yeah.
My
And likewise.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Perfect.
my repost to that is whatever postulate you just explained with EWT. You said that it couldn't break the second or the third leg during the retracement. I'm wondering.
So basically.
Actually,
okay,
yeah,
no. Just continue your thought. Finish your thought.
No, fuck you.
Perfect. It's basically Elliott wave is based of 1 through 5, right? And that's the uptrend or a downtrend is 1 through 5 or an ABC correction.
Mm-hmm.
When you have a 1 leg and then you have a 2 leg, which is the corrective. 1 is the impulsive, 2 is the corrective.
Mm-hmm.
When the corrective leg comes into play, you will know you are breaking the trend if it breaks past the 38.2 or the 61.8% fib line with the fib retracement tool.
Gotcha.
I'm just trying to help you understand what I'm trying to explain, and then I want to hear you finish your thought because I think you were going somewhere.
Oh yeah.
I think we're all sort of circling the same solution here in just different ways, but it's all a complex problem. Of course.
But
I'm just saying the
I
obvious.
think we're going to need all of our approaches to create a solid algo.
Right.
To identify this fractal.
Of course.
Look at this fucking thing.
Of course.
It's like you can see the predictability to it, but actually making it a concrete approach is the frustration.
I think every single strategy that everyone's using to track this, there are all different strategies, but they're all coming to the same conclusion. So it means that there's something underlying that they all share.
There is a constant.
Yeah, there's a constant that you can derive from all of them. And the more strategies you have that are providing the same results gives you more ways to figure out what constant that is.
Right.
Guys, may I just drop in?
Sure.
It's an open forum, buddy.
Perfect, fine. Thanks. Have you looked at matrix profiling?
Matrix profiling.
Oh! Look into that, Astro. Actually, yeah. He's on to something there.
I might be.
My God! You gave me the term for it. Holy shit! Yes.
Okay,
yes,
here
and
you go.
yes. I just never knew. I never knew how to even articulate it. I never did.
It's called. Basically, what you're doing is you take a matrix of a pattern, basically your to-do readers.
Scattering occurrences of a distribution, yeah.
Exactly, and then you're sliding it over your time series, which is basically your quote data, and then you're matching it and see whether it's coming up again. Then you can basically build a distance from your pattern to the pattern you have been finding, and you can apply it to your 1 minute, your 15 minute, your 1 hour, your 1 day candles, and so on and so forth. And that's how you find meaning.
So MATLAB might be really good.
Yeah.
I'm watching the stream.
Okay. Look at the FTDs here. Look at the look at the FTDs. Do you see? I need to familiarize myself with the terminology of matrix profiling. But do you see how there are these scattered linear channels of failure to delivers that show up? I never knew how to phrase that I'm wondering if this distribution right here, if you were to arrange these from an ascending fashion, from low to high, that you would have a perfect linear formation occur.
That could be, but what kind of conclusion would you make of it?
Means
the
that
matrix profiling is basically for finding your coxswain ball pattern all over again on different scales.
Yeah, the matrix profile would be finding the fractals.
Yeah.
You
Right.
could run it on multiple different data sets to see if the fractal translates to other things, but it would primarily be to find out what the smallest form of the fractal is.
Exactly, and then if you know where the fractal appears, then you can look at FTD data, at volumes, and so on and so forth, if you know when it appears.
Yeah.
When it starts, when it ends. I'll just drop a few links in the Discord API resources thingy.
Thank you.
Welcome to the church, motherfuckers!
You should compare the meme stocks with crypto.
Sticky,
because when one goes up, the other down.
Yeah,
Just something to think about.
Krieg actually sent me some excellent DD regarding that I have to dig into. And thank you for the 5, man. Yeah, I'm gonna dig into that.
God damn it. Do we have to pop an Adderall today? Is that what you're saying?
Of course you are. It's a dumb question. You sensu bean every day.
I think it was rhetorical. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, every time you ask yourself this and I'm around, I'm your fucking Krillin tossing you the bag.
That means I'm in the nicotine, god damn it. You sick fox.
Yeah, some of us should get a new role in here that says creatures as well. We don't sleep, we just read.
Just read.
Read and code and jerk off.
Yes.
So like... Okay, are you watching the stream?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see what the best way to denote this is. I'm gonna make double Doritos orange. Oh, shut. Shut. So I think it all ties back to volume. Let me start it off with that. I think all of these movements correlate to volume, which it sounds like a no-brainer, but when you think about the implication of that, if movements are derived from volume rather than the contrary of what standard markets should dictate, of volume should be dictated by sentiment, right? If the relationship between volume and movement is strictly static, there is an anomaly there, because that is not how markets function. That is how...
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not how volume's supposed to work.
Right. So if you look at... I've highlighted, let's see, 1 and 2. Right, the double Dorito, which is... What's that?
Sorry, that means literally, like, what they're buying. Yeah, no, yeah, that's not how volume is supposed to influence it, yeah.
Right. So, and again, like, I think that's where the danger in what all of this is basks in, which is all of these movements look to be Elliott wave theorist, Wyckofian, standard traditional trading functions that occur in a lot of different stocks and across tons of different markets. But when you establish the discrepancy of the volume and the movement are strictly static to each other, whereas in non-fucked securities, that is not the case. That's where this thing gets its bite, is that it looks normal, it looks organic, but ultimately
that makes sense why they would use Wyckofian and Elliott.
Right.
It's they can always just chalk it up to that it's the market playing itself out, naturally.
Right. And I think that there's going to be relationships that we see here. That volume needs to be held to the utmost of scrutiny. And even when you zoom out and take a look at volume over the past year, it just looks like a repeat of itself. And I believe that is because there are no more real shares left. Anything that is being traded against other derivative-based securities to fulfill the sell side. And anything that is beyond that is internalized via ATSs or any other form of financial mechanic, or market mechanic rather. And that's why you start to see these surges in upward movement. And as you contain that buying pressure, you get the byproduct of what we call kicking the can. But once kicking the can is removed, that means volume can perform as it should. And if volume performs as it should, that would mean that if there is a shortage on the supply side, which is a liquidity crunch of your supply and demand, which is also what's called a short squeeze, where those who do not own the stock now have to buy back because their losses are exceeding that of which they can handle, then you have a short squeeze happen. But if you take everything that I just said over the past 30 seconds and play it in reverse, that is how you kick the can. So I believe that once you can piece together whatever relationship is going on here, to then be able to deduce to what mechanics are being exploited by some of our bad actors, that you can then figure out what the fuck is going on.
But I mean, in the sense, isn't there to say that the only way that model can work is with those synthetics in place? I mean, that's a big variable, right?
Sort of.
We also have to prove that the synthetics exist too. We actually have to have
right. No, I know,
evidence.
but isn't that just? I mean, when you have a synthetic product in something that's supposed to be natural, I mean, that's just a way of control.
It creates
noise. What they're doing is they're just trying to scrub any sort of forensics on this whole thing in case there is any sort of blowback or investigation into the matter. It's just literally as I said, it's just it's like scrubbing forensic evidence on the whole thing. They're just making it look not obvious.
Yeah. It's a good point, though, whoever asked that question. I think that ultimately the data that is exhibited from this, as great as the engineering was behind this, it's also that's the chink in its armor, is that it's too good. It's too good that now you can find constants from something that is supposed to appear not constant.
That was your first lesson with Professor Astro.
Clacking balls.
Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna keep looking at it, so
keeps
you
disappearing.
can figure some shit out, man.
Every cycle it runs through.
What's up?
Your duck.
Oh yeah, I don't know why.
Maybe the GIF would probably work better. I don't know. Because it's probably trying to it stops playing it and then starts playing it again instead of continuously playing it.
Oh yeah, the GIF would be better. Oh, are there any pool or snooker fanatics in the chat? I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break real quick.
Much better.
I like snookers.
Fuck you.
I mean, I know how the games are played. I'm not super well versed in how to play them, but like I know what the point of those games are.
Give me some. I need some fucking critiques on my form.
Get the balls in the hole.
Oh, okay.
Do I ever do any music reactions? No, but I'd be happy to.
I think you're not drunk enough.
I think your follow through is a little rough.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's true.
No, it's fucking goddamn not.
It kind of is.
Okay, that right there sucked dick, but hold on.
It did. Like,
I
sorry.
miscued. I fucking draw these goddamn balls like Picasso. I don't know how the fuck my dumbass missed that.
That was a good follow through. That one.
Why the fuck is it every time I skip in this goddamn fucking video I'm missing?
The first 2 hits that you showed in the video were bad. The one that you whiffed is obviously bad. The 2 after that were pretty decent.
I know.
You do seem to have a slight habit of lifting the cue up before, or lifting the whatever the
like right
is.
before you hit or make contact.
Right, it's like right after you make contact, you start lifting it up, and you should just keep it down.
It's an O'Sullivan thing.
You do have good form, though. You
I
do, like,
motherfucker.
Eye position, all correct.
No. Ronnie, trying to mimic Ronnie is.
Wait, do you actually play?
I don't play, but I've watched a lot of Ronnie. He's insane at it.
Oh yeah. No, it's like he's the guy. I used to try.
These are insane. These are insane.
I originally tried emulating Efren Reyes, and I got really bad cock arm from it because Filipinos are that's their thing, and
you can see in the video that you got going now. He keeps the cue, or sometimes they lift it, but I think they lift it when the ball's close, but when they know the ball isn't going to get close, they just keep it there.
Well, so in this video, I'm strictly just going for like really trying to stroke the ball. There's no finesse like touch shots that I did.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that when you watch Ronnie, when he's doing when it's all clustered close together, he'll lift the pull up. But when it's a far shot or when he knows there's nothing going to get in the way, he just leaves it there.
Right.
And that gives you a bit more consistency on you might not accidentally try lifting it up just before you hit and cause issues.
Right.
It's just like how they tell basketball players to keep their hand up until it goes in, kind of thing.
Yeah. And basketball was my thing for a really long time, so I resonate with that a lot.
The thing I got into recently, I used to be like really big into both basketball and baseball, but I fucking finally got the golf itch. And like I find there's a lot of similarities between golf and pool sometimes.
Yeah, there are. They I've ever since I walked into a pool hall, at least once a week, I've heard that pool is the poor man's golf.
Yeah, it kind of is. It really is.
Yeah.
But man,
But
have you ever been out golfing?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
I've gone mini
no,
golfing.
fuck that shit.
Nah. Yeah.
I'm too impatient. Fucking fuck that shit.
I don't know. I thought I would hate it.
Snooker
I
is
thought I would
definitely
hate
harder.
it.
There was one guy who's trying to like speed up golf, and he's like, "It's speed golf." And like,
Yeah.
you have to you hit it, and the second you hit it, you have to run after the ball.
Yeah. It's and George Carlin did a great bit about how pompous of a sport golf is, but nonetheless, I'll still give it credit.
It's fucking hard, man. That's why I liked it. When I realized actually how goddamn hard it really is to play, I was like, "Oh fuck, I can't stand when I'm bad at something." So I got hooked.
Yeah, I was in I did soccer. Well, I did baseball as a really young kid at like
Baseball.
super
Now
little
that's a
league.
sport.
and then I went to soccer. And I was pretty decent at it until I fucked up my knee.
Oh.
I hyperextended it.
Oof.
Oh.
And yeah, it's my
Mark, I am a lefty.
my kneecaps are let's just say unstable.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah.
I'm unstable.
Well, no,
don't worry.
there's nothing. It's genetic, so it's not much I can do. So I don't.
You know you're unstable when you buy more AMC stock to cope.
But after that, let's see. Then I got into like video games after that, and fucking tried to go pro in some of those things, and just never had the right people around me for it. And
There's a lot of luck involved in that, man.
yeah, no. Well, the thing is like I had the skill.
Oh, that was a beauty.
Yeah, I was in the areas
crushed it.
for it. But the thing is I just didn't have the connections. If I had the connections, I would have probably been in. That's the only thing. And now
Ben, look how still Ronnie keeps his body. Wait, what were you saying? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. I was done.
I just want to make sure chat feels appreciated. Ben saying, look how still Ronnie keeps his body. It's all about Q action. Yeah, I just realized like a week and a half ago now, and from this realization, my game has gone through the roof. But I realized that all of my shooting arm from the shoulder, and even a little bit of like my lat too. I realized that the lat is probably the most important part, because everything that resolves from your lat muscle movement is your shoulder, your elbow, your wrist, everything else.
Also, you'll notice you fuck up so hard when that lat twitches, even in the mind. Like, yeah,
God.
you know what I mean by like kind of twitches, but not really. You know what I mean?
No, it's when you tense
little
up. It's when you're
holdback.
not.
Yeah,
It's when you're not staying completely relaxed in
or
that part of
flex
the
it
movement.
the wrong way.
Yeah. So I realized that from the lat and descending through that muscle hierarchy should be as relaxed as possible. And then the rest of your body, so like your shooting, your bridge arm, your bridge hand, your front leg for your stability, your back leg should be completely straight. I've always done that, or I for a while have been doing that, where the back leg's straight, this, that, and whatever. But my weight distribution was completely off. I thought I had to keep some of my weight. I wasn't putting all of my weight and all of my tension into my arm resting on the table and my front leg hanging out, so that those would absorb gravity and that my shooting arm could remain relaxed.
Yeah,
so
you got to tripod yourself.
Exactly, yeah. So I've always had this tension in my shooting arm up until about a week and a half ago, where I was like, this is fucking crazy. Just out of the blue, I've been studying Ronnie and his technique for a long time, and it just had occurred to me, because I'm like, how does he always look so like... he's got so much finesse. He's got so much. You could just see the art from his shooting. Something that seems like it would never have any artistic value to it or any finesse to it. He makes an art and a finesse out of. And that's when I realized, like, he did a full fucking table draw shot that seemed completely effortless. And I watched his arm. I watched his arm and the rest of his body as he was going through the shot, and I realized that it didn't move. And it, like, all of the looseness was here, not in the legs. It was just a smooth follow through. And he's got this weird wrist thing that he does that I figured out. Ever since I figured that connection out, and you can see it. I've been able to really fucking hone in on my game. But it just took forever. It took forever for me to get that. And apparently it's a very intuitive thing to most. But it took me a long fucking time. That was
I think
stupid.
when it comes to like people with ADHD, they focus so much on the details that the bigger picture, like they focus.
Yeah.
Okay, I got my arm ready,
Left
I
brain,
got my
right
leg
brain.
ready,
Yeah.
and then you're just like, why isn't this working? And you realize that you need to actually like come out of the details and focus on the whole motion
Right.
and how everything works together.
Well, that's why
Right.
people with ADD are actually like they tend to be actually naturally bad at solving riddles.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like
it's all in the corpus callosum.
I have the problem where I would for the longest time I'd go in and when I'm like drawing or sketching something, I'd go into like all the details right away, and I'm like, I'm never getting anywhere in this.
Yep, I'm
And then
shit at solving riddles for that reason right there.
Then in my short term in college, I took a figure drawing class, and like you're like, all right, you got 5 minutes to draw this, and it's like, shit. Okay, 15 minutes, and then you're like, you have to actually focus on the bigger picture, and due to the time constraints, and it really helped me open my eyes to, I'm fucking an idiot focusing on
Right.
the details way too early.
Right. Right. Yeah, and I ran into a huge plateau because I'm grateful for it in the long run, but for like 3 months, this happened 2 months ago. So back in like April, I fell into this analysis paralysis analysis paralysis where I was so hyper focused on correcting my form, and then I had corrected my form all this was around the way Ronnie shoots. Like I use a snooker cue and pool, and I love it, and I beat a lot of players who spend like $1,200 on just a shaft that's made of carbon fiber. No, I'm serious. It sounds stupid, but truly, like that's what. Yeah, pool's a very sexual game.
I'd spend $1,200 on the shaft any day of the week.
Give me them Trump bones. I'll fucking pay for it myself. Yeah. But really though, like there are people who spend a lot of money on their fucking cues, and then I remember the first night I walked into my pool hall with this snooker cue. I hadn't even shot with it yet, and I had somebody say, let's do a set for 30. I'm like, fuck it, okay. And lo and behold, like I had so much precision and so much artistic movement that I could do with the cue ball because I had a much smaller surface area that I'm hitting the ball with, which means a lot more force over a smaller area, or the same amount of force over a smaller area, which means that you're exerting more pressure. If you're exerting more pressure, you can get more spin. And if you can get more spin, you can do a lot more things. And also, you can affect more granular movement on the cue ball. Like if you want to bring the cue ball back like this, you're hitting low on the cue ball. If you want to push it forward, you hit the top of the cue ball. And having that smaller tip allows for some more nuanced and detailed movement.
You have finer control of where you hit it because smaller area of hit of contact means there's more space that you can. There's more of a gradient between the exact top and the center.
Exactly. Yeah.
At least you didn't Charles Barkley your fucking self, like in the sense of like, his like. Have you seen his pool, like not pool, his golf swing? How he has like that stutter midway. Yeah. Like I feel like somewhere in the whole like figuring out, being too focused on the fine details of form, he hit a plateau, and then
that's what happened. And here's a pool cue tip compared to a snooker tip. This is a bigger tip for snooker. This is a smaller one. I'm using this one all the way on the right. This is a standard pool cue tip. So you get a lot more deflection though, and that's one of the trade-offs is that until you can develop the feel for it, you actually can become more inaccurate.
It's like changing your DPI on your mouse.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
That's actually a really good example.
Yeah. What a retard. But so I fell into this plateau though because I'd fixed my form, and the entire image, my definition of fixing was being like Ronnie, where I had shaped my overall stance and form to fit around how he shoots. Well, he has a very eccentric way of shooting. He's taken the traditional snooker square stance and then adapted it to be more of a modern one where you're slightly tilted or diagonal to the table. But he's affected his own little nuance to it. And I had always noticed that he kept his cue whenever he was shooting very close to his side, where it looks like the cue is always at his hip. And I was like, how the hell is he doing that? This right here. Because I went from like the Filipino type thing where you got your elbow all the way out and super loose wrist, and you typically really make your body diagonal. You're almost perpendicular to the table with your feet. To where Ronnie in his back leg is very square at the table and then brings out his left leg, because he's a righty, but it would be my right leg. He brings his left leg out at a diagonal kind of approach, but still so that his hips are square with the table. And then with his cue, he's stretching all the way around like an archer. And that way you have a straight line. And then I realized, the way his eye is being used against the cue, your dominant eye thing and all that. But the takeaway, though, is that I fell into this plateau, or I hit this plateau because I got the form right, but then it came down to the grip. The grip is extremely important. And then I felt it like the first month and a half was the stance, and the other month and a half was the grip. And then I had another month of tying the two together. And then just in the past week and a half, I realized that he's keeping his entire body still. And that form really capitalizes on allowing for your shooting arm to be as relaxed as possible so that you can affect that type of finesse and that type of power while retaining accuracy.
Notice how he never bends the elbow too? He never bends the elbow until like he launches?
Somebody actually did a video on it, and the
kind of like golf once again.
Yeah. I'll play the bit real quick because it's really interesting. It's quick too. It's like a piston. It's like a piston.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, it's like he's drawing up the like force in that lat with focus, and then just fucking launches it after like sort of just spring loading it.
Exactly.
Like the upper arm stays straight and out until he's pushing forward for the entire full stroke.
If you look at, you're right. If you were to draw a line of where his cue is at during that whole entire motion, like you see that like his torso's moving, his shoulder's moving, his elbow's moving. But if you look at the cue, he manages to keep it extremely online.
Understand this because the majority of players just pull their cue back and push it through forwards. But Ronnie doesn't do that. I think I've got my terminology
because he keeps everything
right here,
straight.
Obviously, I'm going to exaggerate
tight,
it so you can
doesn't
see,
bend anything.
But I'm pretty sure that Ronnie's cue action
fucking,
takes on the characteristics.
Yeah.
Is his cue hand?
I think we got this.
Pretty sure that Ronnie's cue action takes on the characteristics of a wheel piston.
What I mean by this is his cue hand moves around in a slightly circular motion to produce a smoother delivery. If you watch very closely, you should be able to see him change the level of his cue all the way through the shot. I'm exaggerating it, so you should be able to see me dipping the back of my cue down, then bringing it back up.
Initially...
So, for a while I didn't have that at the exact science. I was more worried about emulating the movement than actually
and now that you've got
for it,
and now you've got his technique down, now you just gotta slowly work in your own quirks and stuff to make it fully your own.
Yeah. One of my buddies who moved out to LA gave me some of the best wisdom I've ever heard, because I wanted to sound like Slash. It's always been my thing. And I was asking him, like, what kind of amp should I use? What kind of mics should I get? What kind of pickups? How far should my bridge pickup be to the strings? And he's like, dude, listen. All of the great players failed at trying to sound like they're heroes. And when they got close enough to it and were satisfied at some point, they became lazy and started filling in the gaps on their own to make up for it. And that's where true uniqueness comes from, is somebody failing at trying to be like somebody else. Yeah.
What's your opinion on grunge?
Not the biggest fan.
Okay.
I think it's good. It's just not what I throw on.
Yeah. My uncle, he lives in Vegas, and he's like, oh, he wants to start a grunge band because you've got grunge in Seattle, where we're all from, and then he's like, but Vegas doesn't have it. It's got all the rock, the jazz, and stuff, but it doesn't have grunge.
Yeah, there's a reason. No one goes to Vegas to fucking cut their wrists.
No, only to kill hookers.
I mean, my uncle, he's lived in Vegas ever since he got out of the Navy, and he's met big people. I can't remember who he's all met, but he's met a lot of big people. He's slept with porn stars. He's done a whole shit, like,
goddamn
ridiculous
legend.
amount of shit.
That's badass, though.
Yeah.
I feel like I can pull the elbow back more. I feel like I'm not.
In that one, you kind of move your chest, your entire chest kind of comes up when you do it.
I think it's just your balance on your front arm, bud. I think you just need to get a little bit stronger back muscles and get used to this position a little bit more, and then you'll be able to comfortably. That's the reason why your arm's probably not comfortably pulling back the way that you want it to.
Part of it is because I actually remember the odd feeling that I was having because of how I was positioned, where my tricep is on the rail. But for me to have the correct length of my arm to fully support my weight, the placement of my hand forced my funny bone, like that little wedge, into the rail. And if I pushed down anymore, I'd have too much weight going in, and if I pulled up anymore, I'd have too much tension. I think I miscued here. No, I fixed it. Yeah, I miscued because I dipped. I have no idea how or why I missed that. This should be good.
It seems like you, unlike Ronnie, he keeps his entire upper body still, and that's in that you're not doing that. You kind of lift your body up when you're just about to do it.
That's what I was trying to say, is because he's shifting his balance because his muscles aren't used to that position. His balance needs to be better.
When he's doing that type of shot that I'm doing, where he's doing like a power draw shot, you'll see him do those dips, and that entire video was me just trying to see how my stroke takes place.
Say, get a rowing machine.
Fuck off.
Get some. Or do barbells while pulling up over your.
Oh, just play the game more too.
That too.
If you have a pool day, if you have access to a pool table all the time, you'll get used to it.
True, but also building up those muscles will probably help a little bit.
Sorry, Captain Obvious over here.
Yeah. I mean, you look at archers and they're slumped to one side because they've got.
Oh, dude, have you ever seen
that's
Keith McCready?
Yeah, I've seen a few of the archers who do 100 plus bows.
Oh, you're talking about like.
Archery. Yeah, I'm talking about like old bows that and their entire lat is all built up on their draw side.
I thought you were talking about a pool player named Johnny Archer.
Oh no, and the thing is that eventually you just getting into it, your muscles will adapt.
Yeah. I gotta find one of these shots just so you fuckers can't roast me. Hold on. I guess that even right here is kind of one.
But see how if you like look at where his head and his shoulders are, they stay still. When you were in your video, your head and shoulders come up as you're
yes,
as you're striking, and so
whenever I'm like when I'm playing in an actual match, I keep all that shit still. But when I'm doing those types of shots where I'm trying to really see how much Q action I can get, that was entirely that role right there.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that, like, while you might be doing it in different settings and stuff, consistency is king. Having it in that while you're doing that, while you're not actually playing a match, is just as important of doing it when you do. Because if you start being inconsistent, it can throw off things.
Very true.
You can start creeping up during an actual game.
Very true. And I was rushing too, just to get that filmed because that place was about to close. Motherfucker. Anybody who watches Ronnie knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah. EA, I play a lot. Basically, whenever I'm not doing anything chart related or stock related, I go and shoot pool.
Or when you're not having sex.
True. Totally worth the drive, by the way. Totally worth it. I felt like Ricky Bobby.
Was that
like
meme?
Ricky Bobby.
Was that meme picture that someone posted accurate?
Which one?
When you had the lady friend over, someone posted a picture in the memes where you look over to your side just before you cut out the camera and it's like Astro sees titties.
Wait, what?
I'll have to go find it.
Is it in memes?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Ronnie does it here. This is the clip.
Yeah, it's like titty sighted. It 903 here. Just copy message link. There's a link to it at the bottom of memes.
Ah, my fuck. Oh, that is amazing.
The double take.
True. I'm tweeting that shit right fucking now. Okay, on that note, I'm gonna go piss and we're gonna get back to the fucking charts. That is amazing. Who the fuck... When I get back, tell me who the fuck did that.
Oh dear God, Salvatore.
What did Salvador say?
No, go look at memes.
Oh my god, I shouldn't have laughed that loud, but that is funny.
Why? Astro's not here. Who cares?
No, it's not that. My fucking girlfriend's asleep, so.
Oh, I see.
Fuck you.
Fuck me. Fuck you.
Someone posted "steal his look." They posted an image of deep fucking value. It's like red bandana $5, red t-shirt $8, black shorts $11, black socks $3, red black Nikes $250, 200 GME shares, fucking $40 million.
I swear Astro is DFV's like little brother or something. I swear.
You wish.
You guys all right this morning?
Yes,
Having a
sir.
good
What
one?
about you?
Oh yeah, I was up late kind of last couple of nights. It was that Frankie dude, Frankie guy came back. You saw that.
Yeah, I was in
You were
here.
there.
He fucking DM'd me. He was like, "Get in here now." I was like, "Okay, Frankie, I'm there."
He got pissed and left last night again. So he got bad. He rage quit.
He'll be back.
He thinks I work for a hedge fund.
I mean, if you do, you're doing a really shitty job at it.
Hey, I was trying to.
Hey, I work at a hedge fund. I'm just the janitor, though.
Hey, you got to start somewhere.
Man, I bet if you worked at a hedge fund right now and they found out that you were privately investing into AMC, they would fire your ass so fast.
That would be, I
so?
think, illegal.
Oh,
but...
fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. For that reason right there, plus, like, yeah. Various other reasons.
I think if you're not if you're not a licensed trading person or broker or whatever, they can't do anything about what you have privately invested in. But if you're a licensed trader or whatever, financial analyst, and you're working with them, then it's a conflict of interest, and then there's issues with that. But it's if you're just a janitor, they can't really do anything.
Like, don't you have to, like, when you're in that position, you have to specifically own?
Oh yeah, hell yeah, dude.
Like part of the stock that the institution owns.
No, if you're a financial advisor, you have to be super careful with like how you deal with what your portfolio is.
Not to be a big dick, but
because if you don't, you can be charged with like manipulating your clients.
Oh, right.
Why
is there so much hate?
What? Sorry.
Why is there so much hate towards these guys? That's what I want to know. Like,
with who?
Why? What? The hedge funds. I'm not saying like all of them. I'm not saying I don't get
2008.
2008.
That's all you have to do. That's all that is.
That's part of it.
But is it?
Pause. I agree that some hate takes it too far. I don't wish any ill intention towards any suit, any hedge fund manager, any this, that, or whatever. All I ask is that there is some form of justice brought to those who have created utter chaos and imbalance of just sheer inhumanity via markets.
Amen.
But the thing that has to be remembered, I have said this for months. I will continue to say it. You can dislike the video. You can unsubscribe. I don't give a fucking goddamn shit what you do from what I'm about to say. I will always respect Ken Griffin. I will always respect Gabe Plotkin. I will always respect Charles Gasparino. I will always respect Jim Cramer. Not as men, but as an enemy in the game that we are now in the home field of someone else's territory in.
Yeah.
And
I do not respect your actions.
And because of that, you have to remember there is a difference between man to man and player to player and opponent and enemy. There are two completely different mindsets in this. I would never go out and get a beer with one of these gentlemen. I would never, ever, ever do anything beyond interacting with finances. That's it. I will always respect them in that regard because this is their game. They have done very well. They have made a lot of money and they have a lot of wisdom. And you cannot take that away from anybody. It's very, very, very foolish to ever discount the capacity of your enemy, because that's exactly what those motherfuckers did when they started writing naked short sale orders and trying to manipulate narratives and this and that and whatever. They thought that retail wasn't capable of flipping this thing on its head. And oh, look what the fuck happened, because they discounted and disregarded the capacity of who they would call an enemy. That's what this is about. So
yeah, the art of war.
You don't have to respect them as men, but you have to respect them as players in the game.
Can I make a fucking a small counterpoint as just a person? I say, I'm the kind of person, I'm sure there's people out there that share this sentiment, where I say, fuck that, I'm a sore fucking loser and I hate being fucking losing when I've been cheated. So I hope for fucking that these guys get like fucking maximum punishment. Sure, I want the justice system to deal with them, and he's absolutely right. We can't. That's the only way that these people should be dealt with. But I hope that they fucking have a shitty life after we get rich.
Oh, yeah.
I hope they have the shittiest fucking life ever.
Yeah, but you made the discernment of between what is the game and what is life.
I'm a sore loser. I'm a sore fucking loser. That's I'll say it.
Everybody is. Everybody is.
The thing is, if I came up to Ken in real life, I'd be respectful, and I wouldn't just sit there and shit on him. But I can still say, I hate what you're doing. I think what you're doing is wrong, evil, bad, horrible for the world, and I hope that your actions cause you great harm in the future, due to your own consequences from your own actions. That's
fair.
it. Like,
I think that's totally fair.
Are all hedge funds like? Do they? Is it just the premise of a hedge fund in general that like they all are guilty? Like all of them have?
There are hedge funds.
Absolutely not.
There are hedge funds who are called tigers that they go around looking for short squeezes to hurt other hedge funds. Like it is literally a hedge fund for all. There's no one there's no allies in Wall Street. There's only like temporary truces.
Enemies of enemies. Yeah.
An enemy of an enemy is a friend of me.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Astro.
Mm-hmm.
No, but good to hear from you, man.
Of course, brother. Of course. And you're
good to hear from you too, buddy.
Yeah, you're always welcome to ask questions here. Like I firmly believe, and with the position that I am in all of this, will enforce the notion of it's always okay to question, so long as it's done respectfully. It can go entirely against what we're doing here. You could be a suit or whomever else. You could be Ken Griffin himself coming in here, asking legitimate questions that might cause some form of disgruntlement among us. But I still respect the right for someone to be able to ask a question or provide some rebuttal of some sort to challenge that of which is trying to be developed here. That's totally fine. Because if
my nipples are hard as shit. My nipples are hard as shit.
Yeah, me too. If what we're developing here is not able to withstand a question, then it's entirely superfluous. So those questions have to be asked, and those questions actually push forward what's going on.
That's awesome, dude. That's
I have
the
a
society
question,
I want to
Astro,
live
for
in.
you.
What's that?
Astro, I have a question for you.
What up?
How many mills do you have?
Not enough.
It's never enough.
This is true.
And that's something a lot of us will fucking realize if this thing does pop off and we become fucking rich. A lot of us are going to realize that, yeah. Oh, you know what? I won't even say what I was going to say. Money doesn't fucking buy happiness. We'll all realize
True,
that
but
really
it buys some good times with some hot fucking mothers. So hey,
at least you
But
can
I think a lot of
experience fucking
people have
misery and
to.
comfort.
I think a lot of people have to know that, okay, I mean, the squeeze is gonna happen either one of the days that no one knows about it. But the most important is after you get the money that you want, where now? What next? Yes, because a lot of them can just fuck it in one day, you know.
Yeah, and that's the one of the weirdest things that our generations plural is going to experience, which is financial fulfillment. But with financial fulfillment, you have to have a form of personal fulfillment. Otherwise, the sad reality is that jobs to a lot of people are distractions from a lack of identity, a lack of personality, even a lack of passion. So when you remove that obligation, it's a very sobering experience for some. And with that sobering, you will begin to realize some of the parts of your life that you have to fix up on. And that's why you see actors, that's why you see musicians, that's why you see artists who went from having their best work happening when they had no money to now they have all the money in the world and they don't know what the fuck to do with themselves. And it's because they found a source of serenity in pursuit of what is their work. But because their work is now no longer scratching an itch, because the itch is no longer there, if they didn't have their heart in it to begin with, then they're going to realize that once they have no financial obligations, once all of those boxes are checked, it's now all internal. And if you aren't fulfilled internally, then it's going to be a living hell until you figure that out. Money is not the end all be all. It's just, it allows for you to pursue your own interests, your own means of happiness. And if you don't have any schematic for that, then when it's your only choice, it's going to be a strange reality.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Astro. Well, I just wanted to add to that as you start seeing a lot more money, the way that people with money see that is it buys you time. You know, so like it literally buys you time to get anywhere, do anything, or I mean, any of that. That's what money is, you know.
Time is money.
So
That means money is time.
I usually say the
time is
people,
money.
the best
And I wanted to
example
say
are the
that.
peoples who
Don't
have,
cut each other.
let's say,
Wait. I'm sorry. Don't cut each other off though.
Well, I'm sorry.
No,
Yeah,
you're
I
good.
was gonna say that time is money, and since for them that they have a lot of money, going back to the charts, I mean, I guess you could represent the whole thing as time, you know, how we're viewing it, you know, because that's what money is. It's time. So I don't know, just to throw that out there, you know.
I have
'Cause that's
said
what I
that
was
before,
thinking.
by the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. But yeah, for sure, man. That is a good point. Very good points and shit.
Yeah. No.
Cool.
It's good to remember that. Everybody
Yeah.
needs that reminder sometimes. Somebody else was trying to say something?
yeah, I was saying, I usually say people, for example, you have those lottery winners, yeah, who won $1 million lottery or what. They are the best examples. You go and see them now, today. Most of them who have won in millions of dollars, they are still the same people. Like they haven't changed anything. They lost the money. Even most of them have lost those money, yeah?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's you.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird figures that come from that. Half of the people that win the lottery go bankrupt within like 7 years.
Exactly.
Same thing with NFL players. they make it big, and then
There's a correlation to gambling though with NFL players. They're big gamblers.
True, yeah, but
They're big
nonetheless,
fucking gambling addicts. Like
the correlation of the correlations, though, is that you find that influxes of income among impulsive individuals typically leads to very unfortunate outcomes.
Well, you have to separate lottery winners from those who are taken advantage of and those who are just spending frivolously.
Very true.
Because in most cases, the ones that end up bankrupt are the ones who are frivolously sued into basically debt. They like someone figures out they won the lawsuit or won the lottery, and then they do everything they can to try to find a way to sue them, and they try to milk all the money out of them through the courts.
Very true.
And most of that money actually ends up going into attorneys' pockets, not actually the
Right.
person.
Which is very sad. Okay, I wanna start coming up with
what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
The
like an hour
inflation.
ago. And then I went
Yeah. We've been projecting for a while. Well, you know what? It's good though. It's a Sunday. Like
True.
Not that I gauge the fucking how your show goes. My bad, but
No, you're good. No, don't ever think like that. Let's see. I'm gonna restart the stream real quick.